All right, I am live. And I'm going live message. And then we'll get back into case 3. Tyrion Cuthbert. Bert. Ooh. All right. That should do it. Jazz. All right. Let's see. Last time we just started case 3. Got back to I forget the place, but where Tyrion grew up. Met the childhood friend, the obligatory childhood friend, who's also Chuny. Sort of funny to see a Chuny character in an actual fantasy world. He runs a shop, but then he's funded by one trading company, and now the trading company is in trouble because they're being blamed for some kind of workplace accident or something, which was actually a murder. And we were just about to start investigating. Arcane Refinery. Alright. We made our way to Aranax's Arcane Refinery. I'd always avoided the industrial district when I was a child. The Eye of Horus always showed me a miasma of exhaustion and hopelessness draping over this part of town. I definitely felt less of that this time around. I'd gotten more used to dealing with my powers. Either that, or Aranax's working conditions really had taken a turn for the better. Wow, so this is an arcane refinery. I never really understood what they do here. Those machines refine the arcane crystals that they use in artificery devices. Crystals like that can power everything from simple lights to advanced stuff like your runestone. How do you know this? I basically had to with all the extra reading I've been doing to learn how to fix your runestone. Huh? What do you mean fix? Does it break down regularly, or...? Sorry, I can't sense magic like you can. Mr. Cuthbert? As we arrived, we spotted Steelwind directing the knights as they investigated the crime scene. Oh yeah, speaking of the knights, the Steelwind family knights are blockading the town. Yippee. I'm surprised to see you all here. I thought what happened this morning was being considered an accident. I should say the same to you. Was Rika right? Did a mage really murder her friend? My friend is an associate of the Dracogen Trading Company. He asked me to take a look at what happened. Right. I'd forgotten that Lloyd was charging Dracogen with criminal negligence. Isn't that why you're all here? We're here because of another matter. Honestly, the death of Justin Way seems fairly straightforward. I'll be prosecuting the case, of course, but I doubt there's anything to dispute there. Well, if you're so confident, I guess you wouldn't mind answering my questions. Why do I feel like you're about to make my job much more difficult? Weren't you the one that said the courts operate by having two balanced powers of opposition? Thank you for the resubscribe, Seal Vixen. So you are going to defend him? I wanted to say that I wasn't sure yet, but that would probably be a lie. Very well. If there's something here I'm not seeing, I'd appreciate your perspective. I'll tell you what I know. Alright. Well, first of all... Hey, I have this really cool rune stone. I am well aware that you're an attorney, Mr. Cuthbert. But, sorry, I don't know why I always show this thing to people. It is very useful. The artificer... Excuse me. The artificer embedded into it is actually quite fascinating. I wouldn't fault you for being excited about it. You could fault him a little. It's a vat filled with chemicals that I can't quite identify. According to Celeste, these chemicals are used to refine and create arcane crystals. Oh, hey there, Davio. How you doing? Create arcane crystals. Huh? A walkway that overlooks the refinery. It's a little concerning how close it is to the vats. Keep people carrying on. Same. I feel that, bro. But I suppose the guardrail should keep the employees safe when they're up there. Good, being the key word. These metal stairs lead up to the walkway above. Alright. Detect magic. You know, I would sort of expect magic to be like all over the room, with this being an arcane refinery and all, but alright. So right now I only have is the Kingsguard blockade. Well, maybe I can ask about this. Do you know why the Kingsguard are blockading the city? Something dangerous was stolen from an Imperial ship this morning. We need to make sure that it doesn't leave the city. That's all I can tell you for now. Something dangerous. What happened? Can you tell me more about what happened? This morning, a factory worker named Justin Way was walking on the catwalk above us. When he put his weight on the guardrail, it broke apart. He unfortunately fell straight into a vat of corrosive chemicals. Wasn't exactly a peaceful way to go out. One witness, the Sorica tutor, saw this happen and reported what she saw immediately. Okay, so that's the childhood friend. But she told us that she thought he got pushed in. Is she just interpreting this differently, or did she not mention the part where he got pushed in? Something immediately strikes me as off here. Aw.
The workers quietly followed safety protocol and poured a concoction into the vat to neutralize its corrosive properties. But it was far too late. By the time they pulled him out, the only thing left of Justin's body was his bones and one of his personal effects.
Oh?
I have the autopsy report if you'd like to take a closer look.
Died of dissolution at 10:02 a.m. after falling into a vat of molten aetherite. Only his bones and some personal effects could be recovered. Molten aetherite. That doesn't really strike me as something that would be corrosive. Like, corrosive is acids and bases, but molten means that it's the temporary form of a solid. Anyway. Scaled Lord.
If the chemicals were strong enough to dissolve his body, how did his personal effects survive? We're not sure. The item was a well-crafted ring, so it's possible it was made out of a material resistant to dissolution.
Justin's ring. Wearing the ring at the time of death, it somehow wasn't dissolved by the molten aetherite in the vat.
The workers' union had previously reported the damaged guardrail to the refinery owner. We're charging Stefanik Dracogen with criminal negligence for failing to repair it in a timely manner.
But Masorika said that she saw a spell push Justin into the vat.
That's what she told law enforcement, too. But the evidence doesn't support that.
Okay, so she just told me differently at first. Alright. Never mind.
There were no traces of magic anywhere near the guardrail, save for the magical chemicals in the vat. We didn't find any traces of evocation magic to suggest an explosive spell pushed him. And there weren't any traces of transmutation magic to suggest that anyone weakened the guardrail.
Would it be that this is a non-magical crime? I mean, I don't know if they have anything like guns, or maybe it's like a prototype gun. If so, they probably wouldn't be able to notice it. Like, there'd be no body to check for an entry wound or anything. Maybe. I don't know if that would have anything to do with what was stolen from the Imperial ship. Maybe they're, like, researching gunpowder or something. It was possible Rika was in too much shock to remember what happened accurately, but it was still strange. I would need to talk to her again and get a more detailed description of what she saw this morning. Alright, the Dracogen Trading Company. What do you know about the Dracogen Trading Company?
I know that I've had to listen to the Duke of Commerce incessantly complain about them.
I'm guessing he doesn't get along with them.
Stefanik Dracogen's trading company is supposedly posing a threat to his holdings. Lloyd also doesn't seem to approve of how he's been handling the workers' unions.
I'm sure he'd take issue with the simple fact that he allows them to exist.
It appears so. We've also received a lot of reports of rising tensions between Mr. Dracogen and the unions.
Oh?
Apparently, many known dissidents have joined them as a way to indirectly fight back against the aristocracy. This refinery's union head, Noah Morrison, has denied this, but the reports tell a more honest story.
Wait, Mr. Morrison is the leader of the workers' unions? Who's Mr. Morrison? When supposed tensions between the workers' unions in Arcane and Stefanik Dracogen, the union head of the refinery workforce is Noah Morrison, the harbor master of Arcane Harbor, and a close family friend. Huh.
Do you two know each other?
Something like that. Mr. Morrison was the harbor master of the Arcane Harbor when I used to live here. He was a kind and generous man who used to watch me while my mother was working. I felt uneasy about talking to him after all these years, but I needed to warn him if he was getting himself involved with dissidents. Although it had been more than 10 years since I'd last seen him. He could very well be one of them. Do you know where Dracogen is? I'd like to talk to him about this directly. The old-timer's being questioned by the Kingsguard. They're asking him about the robbery that occurred before the accident.
I'm sure he'll be back later today.
Wait, the refinery was also robbed this morning? No? The other matter. You mentioned you were investigating another matter. Did something else happen here this morning?
Over the last few months, there have been a string of suspicious robberies within Arcane. There are a criminal who calls themselves the Mist-Weaving Phantom.
Okay. That style of naming sounded oddly familiar. Yeah, yes it does.
This city is a hub of global trade, and several ships belonging to the trading companies have been robbed. These thefts were expertly executed. No one witnessed them, and they left no evidence behind. A few times when the Phantom did trigger an alarm, it was as if they had disappeared into thin air.
I guess this Phantom lives up to their name.
What's most alarming is that an extremely dangerous shipment was stolen from an Imperial ship this morning.
What did they steal?
I'm sorry, but that is a matter of national security. I've already told you more than I should. It's not relevant to the case, so just leave that matter to my father and me. The Kingsguard have completely blockaded the city to keep anyone from getting away.
So that's why they were blockading the city. Alright. Expertly robbing several merchant ships and arresting at Arcane Harbor. No one ever spots them, and they never leave any evidence behind. Stolen shipment. Morning of Justin's death. Yeah, Kingsguard set up a blockade and make note of everyone in the city. Wait, did you just say that your father is here? I didn't catch that. That is a big deal. Oh my. By the way, let's see. Evocation. Alright, what is evocation again? Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. The act of calling forth, summoning, or recreating mental images, emotions, or supernatural forces. Yeah, that does sound like something she could do. Grand General Steelwind. Why is Lucio Steelwind here? What is he planning?
Tyrion, you have every right to be concerned, but it's out of our hands. As I told you, the stolen shipment is a threat to national security. My father has taken it upon himself to search for it personally.
No. I needed to calm down. Lucio Steelwind may have been a bloodthirsty monster in the countryside, but Arcane was a central trading hub in Wyverngard. If he started a bloodbath here, it could very well cause the kingdom's economy to grind to a halt. Even he wasn't insane enough to do something like that. We hope.
My father has the best mages in the kingdom searching for it. It's clear, however, that someone is using powerful abjuration magic to mask its location.
Abjuration. Do we have anybody that could do that? Oh. Oh. Lloyd von Sanctus has abjuration magic. So Zork is probably the thief. Well, a thief. Lloyd von Sanctus is could be hiding whatever the Imperial shipment is. But I don't know if they're working together or if they're working separately. I mean, there's the question of why Rico was even here when everything went down. That's only our current suspects.
We'll just need to wait for this phantom to be apprehended.
Either way, it seemed like I'd learned everything I could for now. It was time to move somewhere else. Alright. Let's go to the town square. Detect magic. Nope. Alright.
The statue of some kind of daredevil?
That's Ferdinand Dumont, a famous stunt performer and physicist. I heard he used to run shows here several decades ago. He'd always jump over large obstacles or crevices in some kind of wheeled vehicle. I heard he even tried grading flying machines near the end of his career.
Flying machines?
Yeah. I heard he didn't even use magic to make them fly. Huh. So then what happened to his research? Was it suppressed? Did no one continue it? Huh. I mean, it could have been suppressed because Magic Society and all that. Yeah, that seems pretty likely. Like, the nobles are nobles because of their magic. So if you have commoners getting to use all these advanced non-magical things, well, that, yeah, it starts to create a rift in society. Well, widen the rift. Several businesses have opened up since the last time I came here. They all seem to be pretty busy.
The city's getting quite crowded. Everything's packed.
What a lovely day it is. Alright, I guess that's it for here. I detected magic already. The last spot on this bad. Oh, that's true, we gotta show it to Celeste again. I did show it to, Arya. Celeste, look, it's my attorney's runestone.
Yeah, I know. You show that thing to me all the time.
Sorry, it's just that I worked for so long to get this. I'm really proud of it.
Alright, fine. I guess it's pretty cool.
Oh my goodness, Tyrion. Never let this woman go. You know she cares because she puts up with this attorney's runestone nonsense. Oh my. Alright, investigation. I don't like this. What is the Grand General planning here? Oh. Yeah. Alright. Well, there's the first bug of the day. The next button has stopped working. Alright, reload the game. Man, this game really hates me. Like, me in particular. I don't think I've seen anybody else complain about a constant lack of, or well, constant breaking down of the next button.
I'm sure it's fine. Arya doesn't seem too worried. Arcane is too important a city to stir up trouble. They'll leave once they locate a stolen package.
I really hope so. I don't know. If Sir Steelwind thinks that it needs to be done, he might do it. He seems like the kind of guy that'll just push through things if he needs to. I mean, from what little we saw of him.
Where should we go next? Tyrion?
Sorry.
Steelwind said there were some tensions between Dragagen and the workers' unions, and the union head is supposedly the old harbor master. We might be able to find him near the harbor.
Okay. Dark roasts and light magic.
Ah, Lord of the Radiant Flame, you returned! Did you get a chance to talk to Mr. Dragagen?
I just missed him, apparently. I did talk to the prosecutor, though.
You mean Lady Steelwind? She's not that bad once you get to know her.
Anyways, I learned a bit more about what happened, but I think your testimony doesn't really fit in with the reports. Can you tell me more about what you saw?
Okay. I'll do whatever I can to help.
Meanwhile, we just look at everything around the room. This table looks really well made.
You like it? I commissioned a local carpenter to have my tables custom made. It was probably worth it. They fit with the rustic vibe you've got going on here.
But yeah, I've already checked out everything here. Wait a minute. Oh. I missed the lights. There were artificery lights hanging from the ceiling. Your business must be doing pretty well if you can afford artificery like this.
That's just one of the benefits I get from working with the Dracogen Trading Company. Most of the merchants connect to the artificery ley line.
Oh. Artificery ley line. Interesting. The court case.
I'm sorry I had to drag you into this. I didn't know who else to turn to.
Don't worry about it. You've saved me more times than I can count.
Wait, when did I save you?
Did you forget? It's how we met.
What happened?
I was always getting harassed by some of the older kids by the harbor. One day, they tried to steal the allowance my mother gave me. You stepped in and stopped them.
I remember those cretins now. They had no choice but to flee from the weight of my majesty.
She basically knew how to scream the most alarming way. It sounded like something between a rabid fox and a screeching baby. Well, that's something to imagine.
Ah, yes. My battle cry alone was enough to end battles before they started. It drew the attention of law enforcement. They thought a monster had broken into the city.
I think that's when I became your apprentice. We'd always go on adventures together throughout the city.
Yes, and look how much you've grown. I'm glad I put you on the path to greatness. I really miss those days.
Me too.
After all this is over, let's go on another adventure. You should come with us, Celeste. Yeah, I'm always up for an adventure.
Oh, they get along. Alright, what did you see? Alright, let's get to work. You said that you saw someone cast a spell that pushed Justin into the vats. Can you tell me exactly what you saw? I need every detail you can remember.
It was kinda hard to see. I was on the ground level and he was up on the catwalk. I think I saw him yelling at someone from up there. That's when I saw a flash of light. There was a short burst of magical energy that ripped the guardrail apart. Justin happened to be standing right next to the top of a nearby vat. He fell right into it. I told one of the workers what I saw, and they went to try to pull him out. But I guess it was too late. Those chemicals must have been really toxic.
They weren't just toxic. They were strong enough to completely melt down his body.
Actually, something else. I saw Justin drop something from his hands before he fell into that vat. After they pulled him out, I tried looking for it and cast Detect Magic. That's when I found this on the ground below the walkway.
Leather strap? I looked at the strap more closely. It had a buckle on it, but nothing to connect it with. The numerals VI were engraved on it. I was really confused as to what the purpose of this was. The League of Legends all along, man. Oh my. But yeah, what would that go to? I mean, it almost looks like it'd be part of a belt, but like a clean cut. How does that even work? Alright, but yeah, Vi. 6.
I saw a blue glow when I looked at it. It was cyan? That's the color of conjuration traces.
Conjuration. Trees of conjuration magic.
I tried to give it to the investigators, but they didn't think it was important.
Okay. So I guess it doesn't have anything to do with that Imperial shipment. I guess that made sense. They were considering this an accident, not a murder. Why were you even there? Why were you at the refinery anyway? You don't work there, do you?
I was delivering Justin's breakfast. He always skips it. It really annoys me, so I started bringing some of my pastries over every morning. What? Breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
So important that you ate it multiple times yesterday. We've had one breakfast, yes, but what about second breakfast?
I have a high metabolism, okay?
Anyway, isn't it kind of dangerous to let a civilian walk around a factory like that?
Ow. I am no ordinary civilian. No one there would dare to would dare to bar my visit to the refinery.
Which means that you don't usually visit the refinery.
Yeah. I usually just meet Justin in the freight area. But he didn't show up that day, so I got worried and went looking around. The people who worked there recognized me and let me in. That's when I saw him fall into the vat.
The spell. So she did say there was a flash of light. I mean, I guess that could be a spell, but... Well, like, how noisy is the refinery? I'm thinking that this has something to do with gun. Like, he wasn't actually hit with magic, he was hit with a gun, and it pushed him over. The bullet will pack quite a punch. Did you recognize the spell Justin was hit with?
I am a mage, but I've never seen a spell like that before. It happened instantly, and it didn't look like an explosion or anything. Kind of looked more like an expanding prism.
Oh. Expanding prism. Okay, maybe not gun. Unless it's like some kind of magic gun. Like it fires with magic, not gunpowder. Huh. An expanding prism.
A prism?
Does that match with any of the spells that you're familiar with?
I specialize in transmutation spells, but any of the spells I know that could create a cube wouldn't expand instantly like that. The problem is that the Inquisition didn't find any traces of magic on the walkway. It couldn't have been an evocation spell or a transmutation spell. The Sorka tutor was delivering Justin's breakfast. Couldn't find him in the freight area. Went looking, spotted him on the catwalk within the refinery. Saw him get blasted with some kind of spell that took the shape of an expanding prism. Destroyed the guardrail and pushed Justin into the vat. I actually wanted to ask you about that. Why would an explosive evocation spell leave traces of magic? Magical traces are only left on the objects they're targeting. Something like a fireball spell isn't technically targeting anything. That's correct, but every evocation spell produces some kind of residue. In the case of fireball, its magical traces would be left on whatever it had burned or melted. If someone used an evocation spell powerful enough to rip the guardrail apart, they would have found traces of evocation there. Wow, I never knew how technical these things were. We're lucky they are. Otherwise, I'd have a lot less evidence to work with. If what you're saying is true, was I wrong about what I saw? I wouldn't say that. I've been doing this long enough to know that there's always an explanation for oddities like this. If what Rika saw was accurate, what kind of spell was Justin hit with? It was strong enough to rip the guardrails apart, but it didn't leave any traces. Either way, I'd learned everything I could from her. It was time to move somewhere else. Okay. The Arcane Harbor. It had been a long time since I'd been to Arcane Harbor, but the ocean breeze and smell of seawater were unmistakable. The city had clearly changed a lot over the years, but at least one thing had stayed the same. I remembered when I'd sit by the docks, bored out of my mind, while my mother read people's fortunes on the boardwalk. I hated it. I never had anything to do or anyone to play with. I would give anything to get those days back. Oof. Are you okay? Yeah, we should get going. Are you sure? We can stay here a bit longer if you want. It sounded tempting, but I knew it wouldn't be long before I started remembering everything else that had happened. Sometimes it's good to take a rest and... Celeste, I'm fine. The tone of my voice turned a lot sharper than I'd meant for it to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... It's okay. Don't worry about it. Unknown. I'd heard from Rika, but I still can't believe it. Okay, this guy, is this the harbor master? It really is you, isn't it? Mr. Morrison? Noah Morrison, harbor master, 64. He was friends with my mother before she was killed. He would always watch over me whenever my mother was busy with her job as a merchant. He taught me how to fish. It's good to see you, boy. Look how much you've grown. Hi. I drew in a sharp breath. The guilt over how I'd left the city was clawing at me. I'm sorry I never kept in touch. I'm just glad you're safe. Some of the lads were sure you died in the woods.
Well, us surprised when we saw you in the newspaper taking on some noble in the countryside.
Actually, since I have you here, I'm investigating the death of Justin Way.
Oh, you heard about that. It's a terrible thing that happened to him.
Can I ask you some questions about the Dracogen Trading Company?
Of course. Okay, but first, check this out. What's this? Some kind of amulet?
It's an attorney's runestone. It proves that I'm a certified attorney.
I really can't believe you're some big-shot attorney now. I mean, look at you. I never imagined I'd ever see you wearing a suit. Ray would be very proud of you, my boy.
I hope so. Aww.
First off...
Preparing Arcanum!
Nothing.
A row of houses line the edge of the harbor. When I was a kid, I always dreamed of saving up enough gold to buy my own house in the harbor front. Well, you have a job as an attorney now. You can always move back here. No. If possible, I never want to return to this city again. Oof. It's a modest ship. It's probably used by local businesses to transport goods by sea. I can't help but feel nostalgic seeing these ships. I used to travel by sea all the time when I was traveling the world. It was probably my favorite part.
Huh. It seems a little odd. I mean, it would take a long time to travel places on the sea. There's not a whole lot to do unless you're helping out on the ship.
That does sound pretty nice. I'd like to try riding one day. Are you sure? You get motion sick pretty easily.
Oh, you would die.
Sailing on a ship might kill you.
You had a point there.
Oh, what's this? There are several crates containing all kinds of goods. They must be the merchandise of the local businesses. Guess that's it here. Alright, Noah Morrison. Glad to see you're doing okay, Mr. Morrison.
Things have really turned around since you were here last.
It's a little difficult to take in sometimes. So much has changed.
I know it's a little tough to trust sometimes, but change can be good. It's all really new, but I feel like the city's in good hands.
That's good to hear.
You're okay, aren't you? Things weren't exactly,
He was really trying to choose his next words carefully. I'm okay. Apparently everyone's seen as much in the papers lately.
Right. I guess you're a defense attorney who saves mages. Is he doing this because of what happened to his mom? Huh.
What did happen? I guess we never really went over, like, what exactly happened to his mom? Just that she's dead? But he says, defense attorney who saves mages doing this because of what happened to his mom. So it sounds like she was a mage? But she probably had the Eye of Horus as well.
Huh.
What?
I know all that happened a long time ago. But it's okay if you're still not okay. Okay?
It sounded like he was clumsily stumbling around his words.
You're probably all settled down in the capital. But I hear there are some support groups that...
I'm okay. Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Right. Of course.
Right, the workers' unions. I heard that you're leading one of the workers' unions in Arcane.
Ah, so you heard about that. I didn't trust it at first, but Dracogen's idea really took off. Finally having a say in things has been great for the workers in the city.
Wait, the workers' unions were Stefanik Dracogen's idea?
Yeah, I was just as confused as you are. I had no idea what he was trying to do, but I wasn't gonna look at that gift horse in the mouth.
That must be bittersweet considering how hostile things have gotten between you two.
What?
I heard about it from the prosecutor. I know about the tensions between the unions and Dracogen.
This again. The Knights said something like that too. But things have never been better between Stefanik and us.
The prosecutor said they received several reports of hostility between you two.
Well, this is the first I'm hearing of this.
He seemed sincerely confused. What was going on?
Who sent these reports anyway? Surely not any of the union members.
I'm not sure, but from what she said, these reports came from numerous sources.
Prosecutors are steel-wind, ain't she? Are you sure you can really trust what she says?
She's not the type of person who'd lie about something like this.
If you say so.
Were all those reports wrong, or was Mr. Morrison lying? Union tensions. Yeah, it's been denied by the union head of the refinery workforce.
The more I hear about that story, the less it makes sense. I talked to the man who inspected that guardrail. He said that it was only dented. It should have never broken like they keep saying.
So was Rika right then? Did someone break that guardrail apart using magic? But if that were true, why weren't there any magical traces there?
Oops. Wait, did I not? I thought I showed you the runestone already. What's this? Some kind of amulet?
An attorney's runestone. It proves that I'm a certified attorney.
Yeah, I think I showed this to him already. Could have been the first thing I do. Yeah, I'm wearing a suit. Yeah.
I accidentally hit present right away. You have any knowledge about this leather strap? What can you tell us about this, Morrison?
Sorry. I don't know much about these sorts of things. You'd better ask someone else.
Alright. Hey, tell me what you think about Lloyd von Sanctus. I sort of wonder if Lloyd submitted false reports. Probably trying to stir up trouble between the workers' union and the trading company. Yeah, he doesn't really strike me as the kind of guy to play fair. Have you met the Duke of Commerce?
Only because of how many of his shipments are being robbed. I don't know what he expects me to do. It's his armed guard that are being slipped past.
I know the mist-weaving phantom is good at what they do. How are they slipping past that much security?
I have no idea. The streets are definitely a lot less safe with them out there.
Tell me what you know about Justin Way, 'cause I know nothing. Tell us about this. Okay, he doesn't know anything. I should go back and talk to Rika. Yeah, ask her more about Justin. I never introduced Celeste. Here, meet Celeste.
Who's this? Is she your lady friend?
No, she's my bodyguard.
Bodyguard?
I know my looks imply a far more delicate occupation. It makes more sense when you've seen what she can do to a pile of logs. Those nights were taking forever. How do you make it into the Inquisition and not know how to chop firewood?
Celeste, you ripped those logs apart with your bare hands. It was terrifying. Oh.
Sometimes it's good to remind everyone what I'm able to do. It keeps you all in line.
I love Celeste so much.
Hey, what do you think of Ruby Timora?
He has no idea. Okay.
What about Rika?
Have you had a chance to go to Masorica's cafe?
Yes, actually. That's how we ran into her.
She's always making pastries, that girl. I'm glad she's able to live off it now.
Does she still make you those pastries from when we were kids?
Ah, the one she made shaped like a fish? She still brings those to me every week.
The classic fish things. I forget what they're called. Any idea about the ring? No, okay. You already talked about the Union tensions. Tell me more about the Mistweaving Phantom, can you? Do you have any ideas who this Mistweaving Phantom might be?
No idea. There's so many rumors about them. The people have all kinds of theories. I think there's even a rumor that it's me. Can you imagine?
Well, you are the Harbor Master.
Oh, not you too.
Alright, wait, did I talk about everything I can with him? No, I didn't. Alright, the robberies. I heard there's been a string of robberies happening throughout town. They said the Dragogen's office was hit before the accident at the refinery.
Ah, the Phantom even hit the refinery? It's been a real headache, that one.
The Inquisition seems to suspect that one of the members of the Union is this Mistweaving Phantom.
What? Now that's a load of bollocks.
It made sense when I'd heard about the tensions between Dracogen and the Unions. And if that's not true...
It can't have been someone from the Unions. Our offices have been hit the most.
Wait, what could a thief possibly steal from a Union office?
It's the strangest thing. The Phantom broke in, but all they took were some documents. We were wary of the Duke and the other nobles, so we had some advanced security systems installed at each of our offices. But it didn't matter. This thief just slipped right past them.
What kind of documents did they take?
Things with lists of our members, our budget, and our minutes of our meetings with employers in the city.
Well, that definitely can't be for anything good.
But that implies that the Phantom is stealing more than just valuables.
What are they trying to accomplish?
Huh? Stealing administrative documents. Robber's profile. Well, actually, before I finish the dialogue, just in case it locks me into something, I want to ask Rika some more stuff. Tell me about the Mistweaving Phantom.
What do you know about the Mistweaving Phantom? Oh, it's just some urban myth.
Really? Because it sounds like a name you'd come up with.
Well, a lot of my names catch on. I can't always remember which ones came from me.
Okay. About Justin's ring. Do you recognize this ring? Justin was wearing it on the day of the accident.
Really? I don't remember ever seeing him wear a ring.
It's not that noticeable. Maybe you just didn't notice it.
No, I was seeing him every day. I feel like I would have noticed something like that.
That's strange. There's something special about this ring, too. It wasn't damaged by the chemicals at all.
Is that really so important?
Insignificant details like this tend to be more relevant more often than you'd think. Well, I'll ask about the leather strap, see if there's anything more. What is this strap?
It might just be nothing. Maybe he found it on the street or something.
It was dirty and reeked of grass. Dirty and reeked of grass. Okay. I'll have to keep it in mind just in case. There has to be a reason why Justin was holding this. Could it have been the animal? Oops. Okay. Well, let's ask you about Lloyd.
Something like that speaks for itself.
In other words, she had nothing to say about it. Sort of interesting that she doesn't have anything to say about Lloyd von Sanctus. Tell me more about yourself? You've really grown up. I can't believe it's been 10 whole years.
I kind of feel like not much has changed, though. And I mean that in a good way. I'm glad you never lost your spirit, Tyrion. You're taking on nobles now. I should be your apprentice.
I can make sure no one else ever loses their life to injustice.
Oh, that's good.
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing. Is he doing this because of his mom?
Yeah. Okay. Give me some info on Justin. I have nothing. I'm really sorry about what happened to Justin.
Just seems so unfair. He just got his freedom back a few months ago. Something happened to him when he was locked up.
What? Rika, was Justin convicted of a crime?
Sorry, forget I said that.
If he has a criminal history, that may point to who may have done this.
He doesn't have a criminal history. He just made a mistake.
Okay, but...
Tyrion, I don't want to talk about it.
This is something that we sort of need to know, though, like, for the case. I paused. It seemed like a sore subject for her. It might be best to drop it for now and take her word for it. Tell me about the harbor master. Okay, she doesn't know. Any thoughts on Arya? Nope. Did I ask you about Celeste yet? I don't think so.
Celeste, I love your sword. Is that bone? Yeah, how did you know? I could tell by the texture. I've had some really exotic blades being sold by some of the traveling merchants here. Yeah, it was carved from the bones of a purple worm. It's unbreakable. I want one. I'm sure you can find your own sword from those traveling merchants. I said I held those blades. Affording them is another matter.
Rip. And I'll ask about me, I guess.
I'm sorry I had to drag you into this. I didn't know who else to turn to.
Don't worry about it. You've saved me more times than I can count. Oh wait, yeah, well... I don't think I asked her about myself before, but she did bring this up. Okay, yeah, how they met. And she screamed like the devil. And then they go on an adventure. Wait a minute, they raised a flag and I didn't realize it. Oh no. After this is all over, she wants to go on an adventure. Oh no. I can't believe Rika's gonna die. Oh, you know what? I didn't ask Arya anything either. Oops. Okay. Did you say anything about the ring? I can't say much about that yet. Okay. It's, I could ask about the stolen shipment, but I don't think she'll give me any more info. Are you sure you can't tell me more about the missing shipment?
No. It's a matter of national security, and knowing would only put you in danger. It's not relevant to the case.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be very relevant, though. Leather strap. He has no idea. Talk about Masorga's testimony some more. Nothing to say. What do you think about Lloyd von Sanctus?
I heard you defeated the Duke of Commerce in the chess tournament yesterday. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm surprised you even heard about that.
The Duke of Commerce has been complaining about your insolence non-stop.
Oh, really?
Why do you look so satisfied with yourself?
Come on, you have to admit that it's a little funny how indignant he can get.
You have a lot more in common with Timora than I thought.
What do you think about Masorka? He's definitely not a compliment, yeah. Alright, nothing to say about that. Oops, oh, fish. Can you tell me anything more about Justin Way? Nope. What about the Harbor Master? Okay, actually, speaking of the Harbor Master, what if I tell you that the Union testimonies are false?
I can't help but be wary of these workers' unions.
Why? They're just advocating for their basic rights.
I don't disagree, but tensions between the wealthy and poor are at an all-time high. The unions have noble intentions, but I'm worried they'll inevitably be dragged into that conflict.
No, okay. The Mistweaving Phantom? The Mistweaving Phantom. Do you have any idea who came up with that name?
Rumors like that tend to spread very quickly. It's difficult to find the true source of urban legends.
I had some suspicions about the source of that particular name. Alright, guess I'm not getting anything more here. Well. Yeah, the talk hasn't updated. Okay, the harbor. Alright, the robber's profile. What was going on? The more I learned about the Mistweaving Phantom, the more their motives became unclear. Mr. Morrison, Steelwind told us that several ships were robbed in port. Do you know which ones? Give me a second. I've been making some notes on the shipping reports right here. Alright. Items that were robbed are marked in red. From New Astralis to Remus Virgile, 100 kilograms of foreign books. From Aetherguard to Von Sanctus Industries, unknown. From Rosacaster to Von Sanctus Industries. 300 tons of arcane constructs. 30 tons of bronze. Isia to Prim Textiles, 5 tons of fine linens and silk. From Isia to Von Sanctus Industries, 50 kilograms of exotic jewels. And 10 tons of barreled wine. They're all stolen from Von Sanctus Industries.
Wow, they even hit Von Sanctus?
It's not on the report, but they even hit my house.
Who is this guy?
It's difficult to see what the stolen items have in common. Well, I mean, all of them were from Von Sanctus. They stole them from Von Sanctus.
Do you think they chose targets to intentionally mislead anyone trying to figure that out?
Honestly, that's very likely.
Whoever they are, they might be after more than just gold.
The mystery ship.
Why are the items from the Aetherguard shipment marked as unknown?
Oh, that. I think the ship was owned by a pretty high-profile noble. He said his name was Aster.
You met him?
Yeah, pretty nice bloke, that one. Nothing like old Lloyd. A lot of his retainers were causing a fuss when they realized that their ship had been robbed. It sounded like something really valuable was stolen from it.
Do you think that's the Imperial ship that Arya mentioned?
Maybe.
They seem to be really secretive about what was stolen.
It also looks like the Duke was supposed to receive whatever was on that ship.
He might be able to tell us more about what was stolen. Do you seriously think he'll talk to us? You kind of intentionally set him off last time you saw him.
You're right. We might have more luck trying to find this Aster. Frame issues? Oh, I am dropping frames. Nope, that's on my side. Or Twitch's side. Somebody's side. But not yours. Okay, looks like we're back now. He didn't seem to pay any mind to what happened. He even paid me to show him around town. We were actually at the refinery when the accident happened.
What? Why didn't you start with that, Mr. Morrison?
Oh, you never asked.
Well, did you see the accident?
No, my knee was acting up, so I was taking a sit-down in the yard outside. I think he saw something. He gave his statement to those knights when they showed up.
Steelwind never mentioned that. Is she hiding another witness from us?
That girl seemed really jumpy around him, too. He could barely hold a conversation with him.
Oh, wow. I've never seen her like that before.
Alright.
Oh, yeah, Aster.
Yeah, pretty high profile noble, says his name was Aster. I didn't recognize the name at first. I was just like, oh, okay, it's some noble guy. He just casually brought that up.
Whoever this Aster was, it sounded like I'd need to have a talk with him. I think I actually learned a lot more than I thought I would. Time to move somewhere else.
That's Aster Steelwind, right?
Head of the House Steelwind?
Oh wait, no, Lucio Steelwind.
Wait, wasn't Aster one of the Steelwinds or something?
Wait. What am I getting mixed up here?
I thought I
guess I'm hallucinating, maybe. I don't know.
Aster. Who was Aster? Yeah, Lucio. Lucio Steelwind is the general. Wait, but then why is Arya jumpy around him?
Unless Lucio went by the name Aster. Okay. We arrived back at the refinery. The Inquisition was still sweeping factory ground, but Steelwind seemed to have left. As we entered the factory, I spotted a large, unfamiliar figure. He was old in his years, but his build carried the strength of someone who hadn't spent his life sitting idly. I could see a powerful yet steady temperament in his eyes. His posture carried the shrewdness of a clever businessman. The refinery employees who were still present were deferring to him. He must have been the owner of the Dracogen Trading Company. Stephanic Dracogen, Guildmaster 70. He's tired of this shit, yeah. Yeah, he's too old for this shit. He just wants to do some trades. Merchant owner of the Dracogen Trading Company. He's an investor who helped many commoners start their businesses in Arcane. Seems to care deeply about workers' rights and enforces that ideology in his business. Okay. As we approached, he quickly noticed us and began waving us over. Hello there. You must be the famous attorney that Miss Tudor spoke about. I am. I take it you're the guildmaster of the Dracogen Trading Company. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I really appreciate you lending me your aid in this matter. I already told Rika this, but I've never tried a case like this before. I honestly don't know how much help I'll be. There isn't a single attorney in Arcane that will represent me. I'd appreciate having you as my attorney, especially with a trial in only a few hours. What? I thought it was strange too. The Duke must be pulling some strings. The courts usually only rushed cases to trial when they involved magic, but there was supposedly no magic involved in what happened. Did the prosecution know something I didn't? I guess it didn't matter. I would just have to do what I could. Okay, if your trial is coming up, we'll need to move quickly. Can I ask you some questions about what happened, Dracogen? There's clearly something more going on with this case. Of course. I've already examined the area. Okay. Tell me more about the victim. Rika mentioned that Justin was an employee of yours. Could you tell us more about him? What was he like when he was working here? Yes, I hired him just a few months ago. It's a shame what happened to him. And at such a young age, too. Was he a good employee? He was a hard worker, but he was a bit rough around the edges when he first started. He wasn't great at following the rules at first, but he was good with his hands. I wasn't sure what to make of him at first, but Miss Tudor practically begged me to hire him. That did sound like her. He always had a habit of getting involved in her friend's business. He was a good man. All he needed was some structure and direction in his life. After only a few weeks of working for me, he was following the rules more than anyone else here. Which only makes me more confused as to why he was up there. Huh? Walkway. Earlier you mentioned that Justin wasn't supposed to be on the walkway. What did you mean by that? Oh, Justin worked in an entirely different department. He was part of a team that managed packaging and freight. Wait, stop everything? Oh, I have to show him my attorney's runestone? Well, I gotta finish this conversation first. He had no business being inside the refinery building, much less up on the catwalk.
Was he the type of person to wander around places that he wasn't supposed to?
He had a few issues like that when he started a few months ago. But like I said before, he's always followed my rules when he was working today.
He was working today.
Okay. It all just makes this whole situation that much more confusing. My contractors assured me that the damage to the guardrail was nothing to worry about.
From what Rika said, someone used a spell to break the guardrail apart. If that's true, I doubt Justin's death was your fault.
I mean,
if this is being pursued as an accident and negligence and whatnot, I'd say they're already good to go. Like, if there was nothing else involved. Because, one, like, he had people look over the thing, it was a dent. It should have been fine. It should have been sturdy enough. And two, the guy wasn't even supposed to be up there. So, I feel like those two things would already absolve him of guilt. Alright. Hey, check out this really cool runestone I got. Shows that I'm an attorney.
oh, is that a runestone?
It's an attorney's runestone. It proves that I'm a certified attorney.
I am familiar with the concept. I know that law enforcement and certain members of the nobility have these. Honestly, I have always wondered how convenient my life would be if I had one of those.
Why would you need to take notes and pictures of crime scenes?
Tyrion, please. You can use it for things other than crimes. Or, well, crime scenes.
Wasn't a formal verification. Oh, he said something about his contractors. He had the contractors look over it, and they said it was fine. So... yeah, I don't know. Maybe they do need some kind of formal verification, but... I feel like that should be enough. Formalized. Yeah, but still, I mean, we could just call them in for testimony. And... I mean, if that's the case, and they told him it was good, then it still wouldn't be his fault. Like, between that and the guy not supposed to be up there. If anything, it'd be like the contractor's fault. I don't know if they didn't put it in writing. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Yeah, you gotta have that stuff in writing and everything, yeah. True, true. Let's see. There's still more talk dialogue, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's do all the talk dialogue. I heard that the Mistweaving Phantom hit the refinery this morning. Which part of the refinery did they break into? Or what did they steal?
That's the strangest thing. The thief broke into my office and cracked my magically locked safe. That safe contained my business records and several gold coins I keep on hand. They stole the records but left the gold.
Why would they leave it after going to so much trouble to break in?
What is the Phantom actually after? Dragon is fault for not insisting on putting right is another thing, bro. Yeah, well, I mean, the contractor's words have to be able to be used as evidence. Because even if the guy wasn't supposed to be there, it could still be ruled as negligence. Because somebody else could fall off if it wasn't sturdy enough. Because the case they're going for here is negligence. So, yeah, I guess the most important thing would be the contractor and whatever they say, if it could be used as evidence. Yeah. Your answer is as good as mine.
Was the location that Justin fell from close to your office?
Yes, my office is positioned there to overlook the refinery. Huh. Look the business documents. Nobody spotted though. Alright.
If the robbery occurred close to the time of Justin's death, did he spot the Phantom while he was up there?
The workers' unions.
How's your relationship with the local workers' unions?
I'd certainly hope they're good. We've had our disagreements, of course, but nothing we couldn't work out through discussion. Working in a refinery isn't without its risks, and people want to be properly compensated for that. I just hope we can put this accident behind us and take more precautions in the future.
He seemed to genuinely care, but it honestly sounded too good to be true. Merchants tended to be more emotionally guarded. It naturally came with the occupation. I didn't see any thoughts through the eye of Horus. What was he really thinking? I have to ask, why would you propose the formation of the workers' unions in the first place? With all due respect, I'd think someone in your position would have every reason to stop that from happening.
I don't blame you for thinking that, and I'm sure many other merchants in this kingdom would agree with you. But that's exactly why I proposed it to Noah. I've seen how this kingdom treats those at the bottom of society. Those without are treated like tools, worked by their employers until they break and need to be replaced. Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, do you own any appliances made by Von Sanctus Industries?
I have a Von Sanctus brand oven. You mean that one that keeps breaking down?
That's exactly the problem. The Duke's employees are so overworked that they naturally can't do their jobs properly. Quality control is non-existent, but it's all about doing the bare minimum required to turn a profit with him. I'm not going to brag, but my products have been touted to be far more reliable than Von Sanctus's. It's a simple thing, really. When you keep your employees happy, they perform better. And that pays itself forward. I created the first workers' union with Noah to allow workers to better advocate for themselves. I'm glad to see it set a precedent for the employees of other companies to do the same.
I guess I could see his logic there, and Von Sanctus's products were pretty poorly made, which only made those reports of tensions between them all the more strange. There's something strange going on with this case. Yeah, especially with this mist-weaving phantom. There's that, but there's something else that also stood out to me. Truth behind
tensions between Dragon and the unions. After personally talking to Mr. Morrison and Stefanik Dracogen, one thing is clear. There are no tensions between Lloyd von Sanctus and the Inquisition. Oh, yes, yes, yeah, that makes sense. Stefanik Dracogen, the unions. There are no tensions between Dracogen and the unions. They had very little reason to lie to me, and even if they had, their statements wouldn't have matched so closely. But what about those reports Steelwind talked about? They didn't just say things were bad between them. They said they were hostile to each other. I think those reports might actually be related to the Phantom. What? How? It's strange about the Phantom's actions. I don't know for what reason, but the Phantom isn't just looking to steal items of monetary value. Mistweaver Phantom is no Robin Hood. Values documents more than valuables. Wait, what? Okay, that's not it. I mean, yeah, they did take valuables, but they... Well, like when documents and valuables are both there, they take the documents. Like some of the shipments had some valuable stuff that was stolen, but there with the safe, like they took the documents and they left the money. Yeah, no, the serial robber's actions seem strange and sporadic, but two things stood out to me. They broke into Mr. Morrison's office to steal documents related to the unions. And they broke into Dracogen's office without stealing his gold. That's exactly what I'm saying here? But I guess that's not what we're going for. Loves their job. As much as valuables, maybe? Yeah, maybe it's as much as. Yep, that's it. Okay. Be a bit of a weird distinction to make, but okay. Especially when it seems to be more than, since they left the valuables. The serial robber seems to value records and documents, specifically those relating to the workers' unions and the Dracogen Trading Company. How is the Mistweaver Phantom related to Steelwind's reports? It's not concrete, but if we connect their actions to the Steelwind's reports, something becomes suspect. The valuables stolen by the robber would never keep Arnax locked in.
What if...
The documents found by the Inquisition? Are being used to frame Dracogen. But how is it related to Steelwind's reports? Stolen by the robber are being used to frame Dracogen. Yeah. Wait, what? I'm doing more than just stealing valuables. And another goal in mind is related to those false reports. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess... I mean, they're being used to frame Dracogen, but... Yeah, I guess the distinction is to file false reports. I mean, Dracogen's being framed for negligence. Well, but yeah. Yeah, there's file false reports. I guess the false reports don't really have much to do with the framing itself. Fair enough. Whoever the Mistweaving Phantom is, the documents they stole are being used to file those false reports.
Why would they do that, though?
It can't be for anything good. They're not just a common thug looking to make some easy money. They're working towards something. Something that's already affecting the political climate of Arcane. I could feel my hand clenching into a fist. Whoever was filing these false reports was putting everyone in the city in danger. Tyrion Angie. If this continued, Lucio Steelwind might not leave when they find the shipment. He'd continue his bloodthirsty crusade here. I'm going to find them. And when I do, I'm going to wring the truth out of them.
What?
There's only one person who can tell us more about what's happening in Arcane. Lloyd von Sanctus himself.
Okay. But do you really think he's going to help you, though?
We don't have a choice. We'll just have to see what we can get out of him. And if that didn't work, I'd just grab the information I needed out from his mind. I mean, it is a bit of a tricky situation, but you're still relying on that Eye of Horus a bit too much. The Duke's Manor is in the upper district west of here. I'd be careful if I were you. The Duke of a Pillar family is not someone to be trifled with. It's never stopped me before. Clearly. Either way, it seemed like I'd learned everything I could for now. Time to move somewhere else. But first... I already showed you the runestone. Any idea about this ring? Do you recognize this ring? Justin was supposedly wearing it at the time of his death. I'm not exactly sure. I never noticed him wearing it while he was working for me. It apparently wasn't damaged at all by the chemicals in the vat. That is strange, but there are certain alloys that are resistant to those chemicals. The metal those vats is made of is one of the most obvious one. Okay. About the leather strap. Mr. Dracogen, would you happen to recognize this leather strap? No. It doesn't look all that familiar to me. What is it? I'm not sure. Rika just said that Justin dropped this from the catwalk moments before his death. I'm sorry I can't help you, but I can at least say that it's not mine. Okay. I think Von Sanctus will receive us happily. Oh, I'm sure he'll give us a warm welcome. Possibly with fire. Let's see. Yeah, it's asking about the Phantom. The Mistweaving Phantom. They're quite the urban legend from what I hear. Have they ever robbed any of your shipments? A few times, but only the ones made through the harbor. A large portion of my shipments are made through land caravans. None of those have gotten hit. I guess the Phantom River is sticking to the harbor. Although he has also hit the homes of some of the Union members. Well, he hit the Harbor Master's home, but I wonder if that was to get documents on when ships would arrive and whatnot. Ask about the Sorga's testimony. What do you think about this? Sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I don't think I can tell you much about that. The shipping reports? No idea. Intentions. Might as well ask. Oh yeah. Yeah, this goes over what he told me before. Yada 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 yada. Oops. Tell me about Lloyd von Sanctus. What do you know about the Duke of Commerce? I've occasionally met him at some gatherings. One time, he even complimented my company's success. It's impressive how much one of such modest birth can accomplish, he said. I guess his pettiness isn't limited to when he's losing at chess. Clearly. What do you think about Ruby Timora? No idea. Let me introduce Celeste. He doesn't have anything to say. Tell me about Justin Wayne. Nobody has anything to say about this guy. No, you're not gonna... Okay. The only person who has something to say about Justin is Rika, and for whatever reason, she doesn't want to tell me about what he was involved in before. Tell me about the Harbor Master. Oh, it just goes into that again. Okay. Tell me about Arya. Nope, nothing to say. Alright. Well. Von Sanctus Manor. My apologies, but Lord Von Sanctus isn't accepting any visitors. This isn't a visit. I need to talk to him right now. The nobleman gestured toward a guard who was standing at the door. Celeste, get them out of the way. What? We are going to see Von Sanctus. This sounds like grounds for arrest. Not the smartest thing for a defense attorney to say. Either step aside or we're going to go through you. Wait, Tyrion. This does not sound legal. Tyrion angry, yeah. This is a pretty stupid move, though. Oh? Question mark? Let him in. What? Huh? Who's this? Did I see you before? Were you at the Gathering of Nobles? I can't remember. I'm sure Mr. Cuthbert has no untoward intentions. I think it would be in everyone's best interests for him to speak with Lloyd. Sir, you can't be serious. Is there a problem? No, of course not. Please come in, Mr. Cuthbert. Thank you. Of course. I'm just happy to help. Know that I'm wishing you luck in the upcoming trial, Mr. Cuthbert. Saved by the question marks, yeah. Oh. I would guess he's from some noble house. Right. Without another word, the mysterious man started to walk away from the manor. Oh, sorry, I didn't catch your name. You can call me Aster. Oh, okay, that's Aster. Ah. Wasn't Aster the high-profile noble that Mr. Morrison mentioned? He also owned the ship from which that threat to national security had been stolen. I looked at the nobleman, then at Aster, who was walking farther and farther away. I really needed to know what he saw, but I knew they'd never let me into the manor a second time. The trial was coming up, and I would need to make a choice. Do I talk to Aster or Von Sanctus? We already had Rika's testimony, even if it contradicted the lack of magical traces. The most important aspect of the case was the mist-weaving phantom. I would have to just focus on Von Sanctus for now. Oh, okay. It is not yet time for him to be revealed to us. The Duke's attendant let us into the manor before stopping at a closed door. I could hear voices coming from inside it. One of the voices was distinctly Lloyd's. I'd recognize that nasally, high-pitched whine anywhere. Wait here. I need to inform the Duke of your arrival. He entered the room while we waited outside. So do you want to tell me what that was about? What? You were trying to sick me on those two like some kind of dog. I'm not some goon you can use to threaten people like that. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just... You're usually way more level-headed than that. You've been acting differently since we got here. Tyrion, did something happen here? Sorry for barking orders at you like that. I grew up here. I really don't like what's happening. Things are so much better now. I don't want to ruin I don't want whatever is happening to ruin that for everyone. Okay, I get it. Just don't do that again, okay? And if you ever need to talk to someone, let's just focus on the investigation for now. Okay. Bruh. Tyrion, my guy. Do not fumble this. So, I remember she's one of the other heads. Forget which one exactly. Too angry to think. Well, he needs to cool down a little bit. As we entered the nearby room, we came upon Lloyd Von Sanctus speaking with another unfamiliar individual. I just knew you meeting the Crown Prince was a disaster waiting to happen. What? I heard about what happened. Crown Prince Aster let you in, didn't he? Oh. Crown Prince Aster. Okay, that explains a lot. And that's probably... Somebody probably mentioned Crown Prince Aster before. Maybe at that nobles meeting. Probably at the nobles meeting. That's why I'm familiar with the name. That man was the Crown Prince? I knew I'd recognize that name somewhere. This is what I get for not reading the paper more regularly. Okay. One thing at a time. Since I have you here, do you mind if I ask you some questions about Arcane? Absolutely not. Get out of my house.
Why not indulge him, Lloyd? He seems harmless.
Coraline. Sybil. Okay. Yeah. Do people not know the name of the Crown Prince? Yeah. Well, I mean... It's not like other people can't have the same name. So, he's just introduced as Aster. He's supposed to be a noble. It's not like they know all the names of all the nobles. But yeah, just you meet somebody like that face to face. Normally, you're not thinking that, oh yeah, this guy that I just randomly met must be the crown prince, even if he has the same name. So it's believable, I think.
Anyways, you're waiting for Violetta to return, aren't you?
He stayed silent for a while before he let out a heavy sigh.
Very well. I'll answer your questions, if only to show you how little of a case you have. Maybe you can convince your client to accept the futility of his situation.
Thank you, Miss,
I am Coraline Sybil, head of House Sybil and Wyverngard's Duchess of Law.
Ah. Okay, I forgot Sybil is law. I guess it makes more sense that she'd stick up for us a little bit here. Maybe. I don't know, assuming she's not corrupt. I don't know. Yeah, she's got divination. "38. The head of House Sybil and the Minister of Justice. Her noble house is one of the four pillar families and is the most powerful of them." I forgot that it was the most powerful. I thought the steel ones were the most powerful. Her family has managed the judicial and legislative branches of Wyverngard's government for generations.
Oh boy.
Imagine if they had barged in. Oh boy.
Prepare your Arcanum.
Yeah, let me just search for traces of magic in the Duke's house, right in front of the Duke and Duchess. It's a fireplace. I can smell the sweet scent of applewood burning. There's a shelf full of books. What's this? Don't touch that! Chess Theory for Dummies. Yeah. Well, at least you're being honest with yourself. Oh! Oh! Tyrion, that's a nice burn, but I don't think it's gonna help your case a little bit. Or, yeah, I don't think it's gonna help your case at all. You know I can still have you thrown out. Just sort of wondering. It's a window. I can see the entire city from up here. I'm sure the Duke of Commerce enjoys looking down on the people he's ruling over. Well, that's not untrue. I mean, Lloyd Von Sanctus sort of deserves it. It's a large mirror. I'm sure a nobleman like Von Sanctus spends hours looking at himself. I'm standing right here. Oh, and by deserves it, I just want to be clear, I'm saying he deserves being looked down upon by Tyrion. There are 2 cups of tea poured out on the table. The fragrance is refreshing. Must be an exotic brand. I'm not going to offer you any, if that's what you were expecting. There's a landscape painting.
Is that Lake Galacrond?
Yes, I had it commissioned last month. The view of the Grand Cathedral is quite lovely this time of year. Alright, I think I checked everything out. Hey, let me show you my runestone. It's really cool. It shows that I'm an attorney.
What's this? A runestone? It's my attorney's runestone. Ah, I guess they must give the older models to people of your station.
Ooh. Dang, it backfired.
As the Duke of Commerce, my runestone is always the latest model.
Can I see it? No. Oh boy. Well, let me, I guess I'll talk. Hopefully it won't throw me out right away. The charges against Rakagen. I don't suppose you'd be willing to drop the charges you've laid against Rakagen. Huh. I thought you were smarter than that. It was obvious, yeah. It was worth a shot, but it's obvious you're not one for competition. Why else would you be trying so hard to squash a small company? Oh, is that what you think? How simple-minded of you. Am I wrong? Von Sanctus Industries is massive and has operations throughout Wyverngard. He's just one merchant in one city. That one merchant is spreading insidious ideas like it's the plague. So encouraging workers to unionize and protect themselves is insidious? Oh yes. It sounds very flowery and marvelous when he says it. But have you ever stopped to think about what he's doing? He's encouraging those at the bottom to stand together and take power away from those above them. What's the difference between that and insurrection? I'd say this is incredibly easy to hate, yeah. He's the typical annoying noble stereotype. Coward to boot. At least from what we've seen so far.
They're advocating for their basic human rights.
And you want to know something? That's not entirely unreasonable. I'll admit that I'm actually pleased that fewer employees are getting hurt in this city.
Oh, really?
You may think I'm heartless, but I'm not a monster. If these unions simply kept people safe, I would take no issue with it. But it's never going to stop there. You give these people power and they'll just become hungry for more. They'll take and take and take until there's nothing left for the rest of us.
So they'll do what you do.
The difference is that they won't care when our society devolves into anarchy. You know, that's a surprisingly not horrible take from him. I mean, I do think there has to be balance in the power between unions and employers. But, like, at this point, it definitely seems like the unions need more power. Alright, Corlin Sybil. You've been awfully quiet.
I didn't want to interrupt.
Yet you're just as responsible for the commoners' suffering as he is. Oh, Tyrion? I don't know if you should be attacking her right now. I mean, she's the one that stood up for you and let you actually talk to the Duke here. Or encourage the Duke to talk to you.
Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, do you think artificery plays a vital role in our society?
Of course I do. It's the only way for us commoners to use arcane magic.
Correct. The existence of the arcane refineries is essential for our society to function. So, Mr. Cuthbert, would you ever work in one?
No, but
You wouldn't, because you were afforded privileges that many others do not have. No one wants to do that sort of work, but someone has to for society to function.
that's...
Everyone has their role in Wyvern Guard, and more often than not, people don't receive a role like or they like. No one decides what kind of circumstances they're born into. Only the cosmic balance decides that.
Cosmic balance? Please don't get her started on that. Or pondering, is this one of my people?
The cosmic balance is the chaos of the universe, the law of averages made manifest. No one can control the outside forces that determine their lives. Some are born into the aristocracy, and some are born into poverty.
That's awfully easy to accept when you were born in the former.
The world is not fair. It has never been fair. So we build systems to keep it from crumbling under its own cruelty.
Systems that benefit you. Systems that protect the aristocracy and grind everyone else down until they've outlived their usefulness.
There must be stability, even if it causes discomfort. The chaos of the universe may seem cruel, but it's fair. The system wouldn't be this way if it didn't work.
Well, I mean, you can see it's not working because we've got insurrection and all that. Things will crumble if this continues. Alright, the false reports. Since you two care about the system so much, you should know that someone's abusing it. Is that so? I'm sure you've heard about the Mistweaving Phantom. I believe they've been stealing official records from the unions and the Dracogen Trading Company. They've been using those records to craft false reports about hostile tensions between them. That's... He paused for a moment.
Is something wrong?
Yeah, you're looking a bit sus there, eh, Lloyd? This is either gonna be the easiest villain to find or the biggest red herring ever. Like, he's definitely, or well, at least it feels like he's the one that's putting these reports together to make Dracogen look bad. He might not be the one stealing them himself. I mean, he's almost definitely not. But he probably has some connection to the Mistweaving Phantom. Yeah. Or, like I said, it could be the biggest red herring ever. I think what he's saying is actually quite plausible. Wait, really? There has been something peculiar about the recent string of robberies. Namely, who they've been targeting. Are you talking about how they hit union offices? Oh? Well, now I'm not sure. Maybe it is a red herring. Because... I don't know. a lot of the shipments have been going to Lloyd, or well, to Von Sanctus Industries. That could be what he means. But he's hesitant to clarify? But also, yeah, the union members... I don't know, he could just be trying to cover his tracks. Mixing truth and lies. I'm sure I'll regret telling you this, but there's something about his targets that hasn't been released to the public. Many of the individuals who were robbed were secretly plotting treason against the kingdom. Okay, and you know this how? Are you only saying that because they were members of the unions? I'm saying that because law enforcement found hidden illegal communications, weapons, and explosives at the sites of most of the robberies. But I think those things were planted. Because that's probably what the whole meeting on the walkway was about. And then the guy stopped, or he said he was done with that kind of work. Yeah, so maybe Lloyd is trying to spin this in his favor. Oh. It was strange. There were many times when the victims returned home to find their houses ransacked. When the City Watch arrived to investigate the crime, they noticed one peculiarity. The victims never called the City Watch to report the crime. Someone else did. Despite the clear fact that a crime had occurred, some of the victims resisted attempts to search their home. The Knights found that quite suspect, and found that as a probable cause. Or as probable cause. They found evidence of treason when they searched the victims' homes. It was as if the Phantom were intentionally targeting those who were plotting against the crown. Within the last few months, there have been an increased amount of Arnak citizens who've been arrested for treason. The Mistweaving Phantom seems to be robbing these individuals. By doing so, they've been bringing the City Watch's attention to them. What reason could the thief possibly have to do that? It's clear the thief wants the Crown to be aware that insurrection is brewing within Aranax. And with those false reports, a far more dire situation is being painted. Who do you think would benefit the most from something like that? One prolific noble came to mind. Grand General Steelwind is involved in this somehow. I'm sure of it. Coraline, I understand you've always cared for him. However, even you must admit he's never been the same since that tragedy with Ophelia.
Even so, it's not my place to decide that. It will be up to the House of Lords.
Really? Even now?
You have no evidence. The House won't condemn Lucio based on hearsay. Until then, the Grand General will fulfill his role in our kingdom.
Even while countless innocent lives have been lost under his watch? Soon the Grand General will be obsolete. Could the Mistweaving Phantom really be an agent of Lucio Steelwind? But if their intention was to reveal insurrectionists, Why would they have bothered robbing the merchant shipments? Was it just to create a cover to hide their true intentions? Either way, if the Phantom was at the refinery that morning, it's possible Justin spotted them. They'd remained unseen throughout their string of robberies. Did the Phantom attack Justin to keep their identity hidden? The trial was coming up soon, and I still didn't have any definitive evidence to prove Justin was even attacked. But it couldn't be helped. I run out of time. I would just need to work with what I had. Alright. Oh, darn it. I shouldn't have saved. It did kick me out, and I didn't get to ask any more questions. Oh well. Oh, I think it's doing the funny. Okay, restart game. There's bug number 2 of the day. Okay, thank goodness it loaded this time. Rika, are you okay?
Huh. Do you even need to ask? Of course I'm not okay. This place is crawling with knights and nobles.
I understand your reservations. There's nothing to worry about. They're just here to watch the trial. I really appreciate you coming to testify, Miss Tudor. I can imagine it's difficult for you to return here again. What? My apologies. Perhaps I've said too much.
Let's just get this over with.
Court is now in session for the trial of Stefanik Dracogen.
Prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is also ready. Very well. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? Man, this judge gets around too. Not only is Arya here and Tyrion, but the judge decided to get here, or to come over here as well.
Stefanik Dracogen is the owner of the Dracogen Trading Company, located in the city of Arcane. His company has many business ventures in Arcane and Ratholme, but his business is most known for the production of artificery devices.
Ah, I thought I recognized the name. Wait a minute, I just realized. The judge's name is Judge. Judge, occupation Judge. Age 80. Judge the Judge. I'm quite pleased with my Dracogen brand dishwasher.
Be that as it may, Your Honor, Mr. Dracogen is charged with criminal negligence resulting in death. The accident occurred within the Aranax Arcane refinery owned by his company. The victim, Justin Way, leaned against a damaged guardrail, causing it to break. As a result, he fell into a vat...
Excuse me.
As a result, he fell into a vat of volatile chemicals. Attempts were made to save him, but by the time they could neutralize the vat, he was already dead.
That's certainly a very gruesome way to go.
The defendant displayed clear negligence in maintaining the refinery's facilities. As such, the responsibility for Mr. Wei's death falls squarely on his shoulders.
Objection!
Your Honor, this case isn't nearly as mundane as the prosecution is making it out to be. Justin Wei didn't fall into that vat because of a faulty guardrail. He fell because he was pushed off the catwalk by an arcane spell. Mr. Cuthbert, are you trying to say that the victim was murdered?
One of the witnesses claimed they saw a spell hit Mr. Wei before he fell into the vat. However, that testimony is completely contradicted by the lack of magical traces found anywhere near the catwalk.
If you're so confident, Steelwind, why don't we bring said witness onto the stand so she can testify herself?
Fine. Let's hear what she has to say. But I'm sure you know that even she has no idea what she saw.
Clearly it's not murder, it's never murder. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just thinking about previous cases. I don't know, something strikes me as off about this case. It just feels weird. But, well now, murder in my murder mystery game?
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the courtroom.
She seemed to be okay, but she was looking pretty nervous in the lobby. I only hoped that this wouldn't be too much for her.
So you seek the title of the Deathbringer songstress.
Oh goodness, no, he's acting chuny on the stand. We're doomed. Yeah, Lord. Was she seriously going to do that here?
What? I lie between life and death, heaven and hell. None are worthy of my name, so consider this a courtesy. I am Masorica Tudor, Mage of Evocation and the Ashen Lord of Arcane.
I wasn't aware that our kingdom had a title like that. The world has really changed a lot in recent years. Oh, Judge. Oh, Judge Good. Your Honor, this witness is a business owner in Arnax. She runs a cafe. Why would the Ashen Lord of Arnax run a cafe? Oh.
I ask myself that same question every day.
Rika, could you please not do this right now?
It helps me cope, okay? Miss Tudor, can you please testify about what you saw at the refinery that morning? And I think we could all do without the verbal flourishes. Fine. I was delivering food to Justin that morning, but I didn't see him anywhere in the freight area. I went looking for him and spotted him on the catwalk. He looked like he was talking to someone. That's when I saw a flash of magical light. Justin got blasted with a spell. It ripped apart the guardrail he was leaning on, and he fell into that vat of chemicals. I told one of the workers what happened. They tried to save him, but I guess it was too late. I'm sure Mr. Cuthbert has told you this, witness, but we didn't find any traces of magic near the catwalk. I know what I saw. Someone definitely used magic on him.
He seemed very sure of that. He definitely wasn't lying. But I still couldn't figure out why there weren't any traces of magic there. And there was something off about something she said, but I wasn't sure what. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Feels sort of weird to cross-examine a witness that should be on the side of the defense. Okay. Is he normally in the freight area when you make your deliveries?
Yeah, but I guess he was doing something in the refinery.
According to Dracogen, the victim only worked in the freight department. He definitely wasn't doing his job when he was in the refinery building. Do you have any idea why he was there?
I don't know. He didn't talk about that. He didn't talk much about what he did, so I just assumed he was supposed to be there.
Went looking for him and spotted him on the catwalk. Did you see who he was talking to?
No, they were too high up and the catwalk was blocking them. But he looked kind of angry. He also looked a little scared.
What? Do you think he was talking to the thief? He might have spotted them robbing my client's office.
Objection!
That is pure speculation on your part, Mr. Cuthbert. At the very least, you'd need a witness to even entertain that theory. And the current witness didn't see who the victim was talking to.
I'm compelled to agree, Miss Steelwind. Flash of magical light. Have you been able to figure out what kind of spell he got hit with?
No, I've been thinking, but I've never seen a spell like that. My expertise is evocation magic, and that spell looked completely different from the spells I can cast. May I remind the court that the Inquisition found no traces of evocation magic at the scene of Mr. Way's death? An evocation couldn't have ripped that guardrail apart.
Which can only mean that a spell from a different school of magic broke it.
Or the witness is simply grieving and doesn't remember what happened. We have records that show that the guardrail was damaged and in need of repair.
My client's contractors assured him that the damage wasn't severe.
Yet the guardrail broke apart anyway. If you want to posit that a spell broke the guardrail, you'll have to prove it.
Alright, found the vat of chemicals. I know this must be difficult for you, but can you remember any more details about the moment Justin fell?
I guess I need to know what details you want.
What did the spell look like? What did the spell look like? Any details might help us identify it.
I don't know. I only saw it for a second. It didn't look like an explosion or anything. It kind of looked more like an expanding prism.
A prism?
Yeah, it had really sharp edges like a cube. But it was wider than it was tall.
Witness, could you add this detail to your testimony?
Okay.
Yeah, press this. How did the spell affect him? What did the spell do to Justin? How did it affect him?
After that flash of light, it looked like he lost his balance. He tried to catch himself on the guardrail, but it was already broken apart. He fell right into the vat of chemicals.
Witness, could you add this detail to your testimony?
Okay.
How did the spell affect the guardrail? Yeah, I mean, that is a good question. If it broke the guardrail and then pushed him, because she said it was already broken, something's off. What did the spell do to the guardrail?
Like I said, it ripped apart the guardrail.
How did it do that, though? Did the spell slowly break it apart?
No, it happened instantly. It was kind of like what happens when you pull a rubber band so hard that it snaps.
So the spell broke the guardrail instantly. Must have been some kind of instantaneous effect. But we already knew that there weren't any traces of evocation on the catwalk. So what kind of spell did the mage use? Okay, yeah. One of the workers, what happened? They tried to save him, but it's too late. How did they try to save him?
The chemicals that the victim fell into were extremely volatile and corrosive. They poured a neutralizing solution into the vat to keep it from eating away at any implement they used to fish him out. The downside of this process was that it took far too long before they could remove the victim. I thought those chemicals were just toxic. Are you telling me those dissolved him while he was still alive?
I winced. I really wanted to avoid letting her find out about that. Perhaps we should move on.
Her testimony is the best piece of evidence we have. Is it really a good idea to find a contradiction in it?
Even she doesn't know what happened, and there's something nagging at me. If I can find it, it'll put us one step closer to the truth.
If you say so.
I would just need to look at the details she's testifying about and find out what doesn't fit. Oh. I'm thinking it has to be something here. But what exactly do I present? Like, I think it's suspicious that it broke the guardrail and then pushed him in. Like, I don't know. From what they say, that's not really how shockwaves work. It would have hit Justin first, pushing him back into the guardrail, and then, like, the guardrail would get hit afterwards. But she said that it was already broken by the time he leaned on it. Need to have the correct version of that statement. But what do you mean? Let's see. Spider-Man blasted, destroyed the guardrail. There are multiple versions of that statement? Statement 4 has variations depending on the question. Okay, so Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I need to select the right one of this first. Delete the guardrail. Rip apart the guardrail. Well, this leather strap that he was supposedly holding, covered in traces of conjuration. Do I use that now? I'm thinking it might be like a tag or whatever pet that the other person there was keeping. Maybe it was a conjured pet. But if the pet had something to do with it... No, that's gotta be it. Why did she say it looked like a expanding cube? No, it would make sense if, like, the pet attacked him, knocked him into the vat. Maybe he grabbed this thing off of it when it attacked him. It looks more like it would be part of a collar, though. I don't know, maybe it's snapped? Maybe it's not just a strap, maybe it is part of a collar. Just part of it snapped off. But yeah, I guess I probably don't use that right now. Guide of Disillusion 1002. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, if it's a magical pet, that might explain why there's no traces of magic on the person. Because the magic would be gathered in the pet. Anyway, I guess I'll just try this.
Objection!
Your Honor, it's clear the witness's testimony is contradictory, and this piece of evidence proves it. I fail to see how that proves anything, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm focusing on the wrong thing, but... I mean, it should be this. This is the statement that... Oh. Yeah, we got more stuff on. Maybe I can use the tag? I don't know, if I'm not necessarily looking for a contradiction, but something to affirm it? Expanding prism. Well, I mean, when he interrupts, he's like, objection, there's something contradictory. I don't know, whatever, YOLO.
Objection!
It's worth a shot. No, okay. Well, here it says the guardrail he was leaning on. Oh, but she did say that it hit him. It's not like it's just him falling in. I don't get it. What am I even supposed to use here? Delivering food, even in the frames. I'm on the catwalk, talking to someone. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. I don't know what piece of evidence I should use. What? I don't, you know, like, I don't know if I'm focusing on the wrong thing. Like, it's not something to do with the order in which in which the bar was broken and he fell in, or was pushed, or whatever. If it's that, I don't know what I have the wrong statement for. Okay, how did the spell affect him, maybe? Looks like he lost his balance. Tried to catch himself, was already broken apart. I mean, it doesn't actually change the statement. It does? Ripped apart the guardrail he was leaning on, tried to catch himself. Oh, wait, no, that does. Magical expanding prism rip apart. Okay, that's the one that's wrong, I guess. Maybe the final two both say the same thing, and that's why I was confused. Violently and instantly rip apart the guardrail. No, maybe that does say something. Rip apart the guardrail. Okay. Very slightly. Yeah, I just didn't catch how it was slightly different. Alright, it should be probably this one then? With the prism? Because that doesn't make any sense. The only one to actually state the contradiction. Yeah, okay. Just choosing the correct statement. Yeah, they were so similar that if I didn't look closely at the wording, I wouldn't be able to tell. So now do I use testimony? I mean, am I using the right evidence? Like her own testimony? Like, even what evidence should I be using for this? Am I using her own testimony against her? It is the right evidence? Okay, thank you. So that's not the right statement? Didn't I... Okay, which one of these did I not try yet? I thought I tried all three at this point. Okay, rip apart the guardrail. After that, he's... Okay.
Objection!
Well, this should... Yeah, okay, this is the one. I thought I tried that one already. Oh my. Yeah. Chaos. Rika, there's something off about your testimony. Really? It's the same as what I told you before. Try the third version? Maybe I tried the third version twice by accident or something? I don't know, yeah. I thought I had tried... Well, yeah. Anyway. The mistake was mine. I was so focused on trying to figure out what the spell was and who cast it. I didn't even think about what it actually did to Justin. This whole time, we assumed that the spell pushed him into the vat. But how could it have pushed him into the vat if he only fell after the guardrails had been ripped apart? What? Rika, you said that Justin fell because he tried to catch himself on the guardrail. I thought the spell had pushed Justin while simultaneously ripping the guardrails apart. But it didn't push Justin at all. Guess that makes sense, but does that really change anything? It does, because it raises another question. If the spell produced enough force to rip the guardrails apart, why didn't it appear to affect Justin at all?
Objection!
It didn't appear to affect the victim because there was no spell. Justin Way broke the guardrail because it was faulty. No, I saw it. He only fell in because the guardrail was already destroyed. Your Honor, the defense brought this witness to testify, only to contradict it during their own cross-examination. They have no case.
My witness is certain that she saw a spell destroy the guardrail.
Your witness is a business associate of the defendant. She clearly has every reason to lie in her testimony.
So are you baselessly accusing my witness of perjury, Steelwind?
I am. It's not as if this is her first time breaking the law.
What?
Miss Tudor, I understand that you run a cafe in the food district. This cafe would not exist without the generous patronage of the defendant. Yeah, but you must feel quite indebted to him. After all, he saved you from the kind of life you lived before.
Rika, what is she talking about?
You truly didn't know, Mr. Cuthbert? Before your witness ran her cafe, she had another vocation. She survived by robbing the shipments coming to Arcane Harbor.
Oh? Rika, that's not true, is it?
So many things changed after you left, Tyrion. Several years ago, Miss Tudor was a part of a band of thieves who would frequently rob shipments addressed to Von Sanctus Industries. Her group was eventually arrested, and she only avoided a sentence to the dungeons by taking a plea deal.
Part of a band of thieves who frequently rob shipments addressed to Von Sanctus Industries. Something there sounds a little familiar. Virtually arrested, soberly away time by taking a plea deal.
Oh my god.
Did she seriously do all that in the years I was gone? I knew her. I grew up with her. Had things really changed that much? Even so, the defense still maintains trust in the witness's testimony. I believe the mist-weaving phantom struck the refinery that morning. They attacked Justin Way with magic.
Is that so? And how do you know that the current witness isn't this phantom? What? She was coincidentally present when the robbery occurred, and she's a registered mage. Not to mention that her little gang all those years ago used that same name.
What? I'd always thought that nickname sounded too much like something she'd come up with. Was she seriously involved with them? Oh my goodness. Oh. It's like I could still forgive her for not sharing what she knew if it wasn't something so directly involved like this. Seriously, you want us to defend you? Or well, not you, but you want us to defend this company? And you don't tell us this stuff that's clearly important to the case? Oh boy.
I thought you never backed down from a foe, Mr. Cuthbert. You can make a great case for your client by indicting Miss Tudor in the robberies and subsequently the victim's death. What will you do?
No. There could be any number of explanations for what was happening. Urban myths tended to be distorted by the public. It's possible people have just been calling this thief the Mist-Weaving Phantom because of the similarities between the robberies. The defense has no further questions for the witness. He's dismissed.
I thought you were more objective than that.
I don't care what she's done in the past. I know my friend, and I know she's not a murderer.
Clearly, what happened that morning was the result of simple negligence. Your Honor, for our next witness, the prosecution would like to call Orem White to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, please call the Inquisition commander to the stand. Oh boy, how's he gonna fuck up this time? Another pay cut coming? Wasn't it even now? Also that? No, I thought he did have potential to be the thief. Actually. Because she has a evocation magic, and that can do... Or wait, was it evocation? I think it was evocation. Seems like it has the potential to do that. Oh, you're talking to Tyrion. Oh, okay. Yeah. Lamo.
Commander, as I'm sure you've heard, Mr. Cuthbert is trying to connect the accident to the robberies of the Mistweaving Phantom. Please testify about the City Watch's findings regarding the robberies.
Sure. So this Phantom's been hitting a lot of places. Mostly shipments coming into the harbor. Doesn't matter what kind of lock or security the place has, he can get in, no problem. He's made off with a bunch of loot. The City Watch has been scratching their heads looking for him. I think you know, or I know you think the guy hit the refinery too, but it doesn't match with what we know about him. The guy only stole some documents and left the defendant's gold. This guy never does that. Well, yeah, he does. But, well, at least I thought there was some other stuff about him taking documents. Yeah. The connection between the Mistweaving Phantom and Justin's death was already difficult to prove. There was no evidence, but they had to be related somehow. It would be too much of a coincidence otherwise. How could I prove that? Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Mostly shipments coming into the harbor. What is usually stolen? All kinds of things. Goods, appliances, weapons, even some artificery devices. Not to mention there's that.
Objection!
To amend the commander's testimony, there was a sensitive shipment stolen from a kingdom ship.
Is there any reason why you're being so vague, Miss Steelwind?
The gag order has come from the Grand General himself. The item in question is not relevant to this case.
I see.
Alright, getting no problem.
Why are you referring to the Phantom as a he? I thought the City Watch didn't know anything about them. Are you seriously nitpicking me for that?
I just think it would be in the court's interest not to have assumptions taken as fact.
Did you just assume his gender? Or assume, yeah, their gender? Blah, blah, blah. Scaled Lord, you kids these days and your pronouns. Look, chances are, this guy's a guy. The stats back me up on that.
Oh yeah? How many of your men did it take to arrest me, Orem? Celeste, while I appreciate your sentiment, I wouldn't brag about that here.
Fine. It'll get you all off my back. I'll change my damn testimony. Okay, they can get in, no problem. Get off with a bunch of loot. Are they really having that much trouble identifying the thief? They're good at covering their tracks. They don't leave any evidence, and they never trip any alarms. Half the time, it's like they're disappearing into thin air. Oh. You know what? Yeah, I don't think Rika is the thief. Let's see. Yeah, abjuration. Abjuration is the summoning one. If it was abjuration, that would make a lot more sense. If it's a summon. I mean, can they like be summoned back with objects? They'd have to take the documents with them. Wait, abjuration's not exactly that. Wait, let me see. Abjuration. Or wait, what is that? No, conjuration, isn't it? Or yeah, conjuration is summoning. Wait, what was I thinking? Who had conjuration? Evocation. Or no, maybe what did I look up earlier? Is that evocation? Let's see, but abjuration, probably like negating, protecting, preventing. Oh, right. Abjuration was what's preventing the thing from being found. That's right. Interfering with divination magic. Evocation. I mean, would evocation be summoning as well? So then it could be Rika. I mean, they talk about evocation being like fireballs and whatnot as well. But is that also the same as summoning creatures and whatnot? In this case? Or is that a different school? But anyway, so then maybe it still could be Rika, possibly. I got schools of magic mixed up there. Okay. Could the Phantom be a mage proficient in conjuration magic? They could be teleporting to bypass any security altogether. Maybe, but most security systems are designed to detect and block teleportation inside. Okay, so teleportation is conjuration. You can't teleport inside unless you already have some kind of magical beacon already in the place. Oh. Justin was supposed to be placing objects places. Maybe he didn't actually place the evidence of insurrection. Maybe what he placed was some kind of beacon. But I assume that's something that could be used by anybody, or maybe that's only conjuration. Like, depends on the capabilities of this beacon. Is it also a device that teleports, or is it only like a coordinates marker? You got inside in a different way? Well, I mean, he could be placing these things ahead of time, and then the thief could be teleporting in, teleporting out, whenever they plan to. Is that improbable? I mean, I don't see why not. Like, if you're planning these heists, have him, like, sneak in ahead of time. Probably has his ways. And then he places the beacon, gets out, nobody knows about it. Stealing from ships. And they're also doing that. Let's see. What are we talking about here? Most security systems are designed to detect and block teleportation. I'm not exactly sure where he placed all that stuff. I mean, some homes got robbed and whatnot. Probably wouldn't need it for ships. Like, I don't know if the ships have a security system, but you only need the beacons for places with security systems. So then if it was somebody with conjuration magic, they could just teleport onto the ships anyway. But that would imply that the beacons don't support teleportation. It would have to be somebody that knows conjuration magic. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna find more info. Not to mention that the locks leading inside were obviously picked and unlocked. If anything, these systems don't prevent teleportation out of its field. But maybe they're using conjuration magic to get out. But I doubt a place like the Arcane Refinery would have a system as sophisticated as that. A person hit the refinery. How so? Thief has been robbing a lot of merchant ships. Some of them even belong to Von Sanctus Industries. Places like the Arcane Refinery probably have some gold. The owner even mentioned he had some coins in the safe that got broken into. But all that is below this Phantom's pay grade. Some of the things the Phantom stole were worth 10 times the amount of gold in that safe. That's not even mentioning the fact that he stole some documents, left the defendant's gold. Person never does that. Sometimes information can be more valuable than gold, Commander. Maybe, but I don't think our guy would risk so much for a couple of business documents. Your client might have some enemies, but the Phantom's good enough to hit the merchant ships guarded by armed soldiers. Every time they hit a place, they run the risk of getting caught. The theft happened this morning when the refinery was already open. Employees were already on the ground, too. Anyone could have spotted them. It just doesn't make sense for the Phantom to take a risk like that for so little gain.
His argument is a little weak. I doubt the theft at the refinery was just a coincidence. But he has a point. The serial robber never leaves any evidence. There's nothing to tie him to the theft that morning.
We stole some documents, left gold. But wasn't there something about they do just steal stuff for the documents? Yeah, Mistweaving Phantom. We've also been breaking into the magically secured offices of the workers' unions and stealing administrative documents.
Objection!
Commander, it's clear you think the Phantom wouldn't have gone to all that trouble to steal a few business records. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. This person has enough skills to break into heavily guarded buildings. Why would they bother with some business records? That's where you're wrong, Orm. Orm making it too easy. It's always Orm. Rip. Yeah. Kid, why do you always have to do this to me? There's another series of thefts where nothing inherently valuable was taken. The Mistweaving Phantom also broke into many of the offices owned by the workers' unions.
Again, you're assuming that the Phantom broke into said offices. It's entirely plausible that a refinery employee who's part of the union stole from both of those offices.
A union member may have been able to access my client's office, but they wouldn't have had such an easy time entering the union offices. Many of the unions have anticipated sabotage and have invested in state-of-the-art security systems. They've taken precautions to make sure that only high-ranking officials have access to these documents. There's only one person with the skills to break into these locations, and that's the same thief who's been robbing those ships in the Arcane harbor.
And what possible motive would the Phantom have to steal these documents?
That's simple. They wanted detailed information on my client's company and the workers' unions.
Objection!
In all of your wild speculation, I think you haven't considered one possibility, Mr. Cuthbert.
And what's that?
That the unions themselves were the ones who robbed your client. You said it yourself. Only high-ranking executives had access to the union documents that went missing. And none of those executives knew any spells that could rip apart the guardrail. None of them were even mages.
That's ridiculous. Why would the workers... Why would the workers' unions rob themselves?
Simple. They wanted to cover their tracks and play the victim when they were the true culprits. After all, we have several reports confirming hostility between your client and the workers' unions.
I think you'll find that those reports are exaggerated, if not entirely false. My client and Noah Morrison can testify to that fact.
They obviously would. An employee just died due to your client's negligence. Mr. Dracogen has every reason to feign amicability with the unions. He would avoid further outrage. And Noah Morrison has no choice but to do the same, lest he be incriminated in the thefts himself.
And what proof do you have that they aren't telling the truth?
As I've said, I have several reports from many different individuals. They came from multiple diverse sources, and they all paint a very vivid picture of aggression between your clients and the unions. Furthermore, They are far less biased than Stefanik Dracogen or Noah Morrison. You had a point, and I couldn't claim the reports were false without any proof. If you want to implicate Mr. Morrison, I think it's only fair that he be allowed to defend himself. Fine. Let him testify. But it will be his word against dozens.
It appears that both counsels are in agreement. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Morrison to his stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Hi, my name is Noah Morrison. I'm the harbor master of Arcane Harbor and union chief of the Arcane Industrial Union.
Thank you for taking the stand today, Mr. Morrison. As you know, there was a theft that occurred at the refinery this morning. The prosecution is trying to imply that you may have been involved.
Yeah, I heard.
Could you please testify about the thefts that occurred at the union offices? It's clear you also believe they're related to the theft at the refinery. Any details that might help us prove that would help a lot.
All right. I don't know where all these reports of hostile tensions came from, but everything's great between Dracogen and us. Whoever this phantom is, they've got nothing to do with that nonsense. They've been hitting everyone. It's not just our offices and the ships. They broke into some of the union members' homes too. These poor blokes had everything stolen from them. They even had to skip town because of it. They were good people too. Solid, law-abiding citizens.
As you can see, Mr. Morrison had very little motive to break into my client's office. The serial thief, meanwhile, has been robbing people all over the city. That's assuming the witness's testimony is true.
Take a look at these take a look at the crime reports. You'll see that a lot of the victims were members of the unions.
I unfortunately don't have access to the reports for those.
What are you talking about? You're a prosecutor. Why wouldn't you have access to these reports?
I'm not certain. I imagine it's related to the theft that occurred on the Imperial ship this morning.
That was strange.
Who would have the authority to prevent a steel one from accessing those records? In any case, Aranax is a large city with an average rate of crime. There's nothing to prove that any of those thefts are related to this, either. There isn't even anything that proves these thefts are related to each other.
You would see about that. Oh boy. Oh, I see him dropping frames. Yeah. Ugh. Okay, well, I need to use the bathroom anyway, so I guess while the internet is having a tizzy, I'm going to take a short break, go use the bathroom, and hopefully things will be back to normal by the time I'm back. Alright, I have returned. Okay, so we're just about to cross-examine Mr. Morrison. Attentions, everything's great.
So you say.
Look, wherever you're getting these reports, they're completely wrong. The frames have also returned. Yeah.
Witness, these reports came from multiple sources throughout the course of several months. For obvious reasons, the individuals who made them will remain anonymous. But said reports came from multiple members of the common folk, aristocracy, and law enforcement. We also have several crime reports of violent encounters between your union members and the defendant's employees.
What? What was going on here? Mr. Morrison seemed just as confused as I was. Were these reports falsified, or were these encounters happening without his knowledge? Man, it hasn't got nothing to do with that nonsense. I've been hitting everyone.
Assuming that these aren't just a string of unrelated theft.
I'll admit that Arcane is a large city. Break-ins weren't exactly non-existent before this. But all of my colleagues started getting hit after this phantom showed up. That can't be a coincidence.
It's entirely possible that availability bias is at work here. People will always try to draw trends between genuine coincidences.
She was being annoyingly obtuse about this, but I wouldn't get anywhere until I could prove she was wrong. I broke into some of the union members' homes. Were these homes as secure as the union offices? Not at all. We're all just industry workers at the end of the day.
How did you get such a sophisticated security system for the union offices then?
It was a generous donation from some friends we have in the city banking house.
The banking house?
I guess there are some folks who believe in what we're doing. Interesting. She seems to be interested in that statement.
Regardless, that means anyone could have broken into these houses. It wouldn't require an expert that's adept at committing robberies as the Phantom is.
I had to skip town because of it. What would motivate them to leave? Arnex is a hotspot for trade and industry. There are a lot of jobs here now, but housing's gotten expensive. I'm guessing they had to move somewhere cheaper in the countryside.
Wait, you're guessing? Did they tell you why they were leaving?
No, a lot of them were really down about it. They didn't seem too eager to say more.
Well, good people, solid law-abiding citizens.
I'm sorry that happened. I'm sure they were great people. It's a damn shame. They were good people. They had families to feed. Arnax has been going in such good direction, too. Crime's been down and employment's been up. I really wish we could have shared that with them.
I can understand robbing the nobility and even the merchant ships. I can't believe they were robbing commoners, too.
It's a little strange, honestly. If they were after valuables, why would they bother robbing them at all? The house of an industrial worker wouldn't have that much to steal. At least not when compared to the merchant ships.
Maybe because it was easy. They probably wouldn't have any kind of magical security.
Possibly. But that still felt strange to me. Okay. Wait, what changed? Did anything change? Oh. Whoops. Well, his portrait's different there. Or sprite, whatever. Oh, what would I be putting as evidence here? Maybe I should be doing something about everything stolen from them, or solid law-abiding citizens. Oh yeah, I'm thinking the law-abiding citizens thing is probably what I meant to talk about this with. All right.
Objection!
Your Honor, it's clear that the witness's testimony is contradictory. Okay, nah. Yeah, it doesn't prove anything. So, guess not? Maybe if I put it here? One's gonna be BS. The other evidence says the exact same thing, but it's the right one. Oh. Wait, so... Huh? This one, the targeted individuals who've been plotting against the king? Ah, okay. Yeah, that is some BS. Okay, thank you for that.
Objection!
I really didn't want to contradict Mr. Morrison, but this was the only piece I had left. There was nothing else that tied the robberies together, and I still didn't have a full idea of what the Phantom's motive was. I had to do this. It was the only way to find out what was really going on in my city. Mr. Morrison, you said that the targets of the thefts were law-abiding citizens. Unfortunately, that's not entirely true. What are you talking about? I knew most of them. They were good people. That may be, but there's one unfortunate fact that tied them all together. They were all later arrested for treason against the crown. What?
It's ridiculous. There have been no reports of that sort submitted to the City Watch.
What you're saying is crazy, my boy. I've known these people. Some of them were close friends of mine. They would never have gotten mixed up in that kind of business. I'm sorry, Mr. Morrison, but I've heard otherwise. The Mistweaving Phantom hasn't been just stealing valuable items. They've been specifically targeting citizens who were secretly plotting against the kingdom. Where's your source? My source is that I made it the fuck up. JK, but actually, are we going to present evidence? They're a part of a larger plot that involves everyone in the city of Arcane. Yeah, there we go.
What are you even basing this off of anyways?
This testimony came directly from Lloyd von Sanctus, the Duke of Commerce and the ruling Lord of Arcane.
Lloyd von Sanctus gave you this information.
That's right, Steelwind. Now that I'm saying this myself, it does sound unbelievable, doesn't it?
Lloyd von Sanctus, the plaintiff of this trial. Lloyd von Sanctus, the man who would have every reason to have you fail. Tyrion?
I may have miscalculated.
But you seem to be so confident. Perhaps we should have the plaintiff testify so we can know for sure.
Did von Sanctus really set me up? How can I fall for something like that? But it made so much sense. The Phantom's targets, the false reports of hostilities, all of it seemed to be tied together by some greater plot. There had to be a kernel of truth to what he'd told us earlier. Maybe he was telling the truth earlier. He might testify honestly if we called him. No, these charges against Dracogen were laid by him. Even if he had told us the truth earlier, he'd never sabotage his own case by taking a stand now. We will contact the Duke of Commerce and ask if he's willing to testify. Although I can already imagine what his answer will be. Surprise, he's gonna testify. Wait, what? No? Oh shit. That's Lucio, right? Without warning, a large man pushed open the doors to the courtroom and marched toward the stand. Mr. Morrison sputtered a grunt of confusion before he was quickly carried out of the room by two knights who had accompanied him. The man had a large figure that was only dwarfed by the gigantic battleaxe he was holding in his hand. Oh shit. That was completely unexpected. He was covered in scars, and he held the jaded expression of someone who lived in death and combat. His uniform was similar to the prosecutor's clothing. Could he be who I thought he was? Lloyd need not take the stand. My testimony will suffice. What?
Who are... Father? What are you... Father? That's her dad?
Yeah, Lucio Steelwind, Grand General, age 66. The head of House Steelwind and the Grand General of Wyvern Guard's military. He's apparently responsible for the death of countless revolutionaries. He seems to have a strained relationship with his daughter. This was the Grand General of Wyvern Guard, the man responsible for countless deaths in the countryside. Von Sanctus suspected that he was involved in the thefts and false reports. I've been watching. Neither of you will get anywhere at this rate. Grand General? This is quite unprecedented. And? It looked like the judge ran through 1,000 possible responses in his head before he simply swallowed his fear and stayed silent.
Father, why are you...
Again with that? I will not accept insubordination, even from you, prosecutor.
Grand General Steelwind, why have you interrupted this trial?
To give testimony that will substantiate the defense's claims. Oh? He's helping us. Interesting.
What? You can't just... Your Honor, do something!
No, I think I'm okay. Nah, dog, I'm out. You deal with this. Yeah, no, I will not go against the man with the giant battle axe. What was he doing? None of this made any sense. I hear no objections. I'll be giving my testimony now. Wait, what? Alright, good luck, Tyrion. This thief has been striking the houses of multiple commoners, seemingly at random. Or so it would seem. It's interesting, he's not cutting out his thoughts. Like, at least we're 2 for 2 now. And without fail, the city watch was called to the scene of the crime, within hours of the crime being discovered. As the prosecutor said, it was clear someone other than the victims was reporting these robberies. Perhaps a bystander truly did make the report. And after searching each crime scene, the City Watch found evidence of treason within their homes. So-called evidence was poorly hidden, if at all. These individuals were arrested by my men and placed into my custody in secret. However, they were clearly not guilty of treason. Why was I seeing so many of his thoughts? The Eye of Horus only worked on targets who were unguarded or emotionally stressed. And he looked like the least stressed person in the room right now. I'd almost wonder if he knows about Tyrion and he wants his thoughts to be read. Or is he just that unguarded? Or is he that stressed? Maybe he's always stressed and that's why he's so rough. That's my secret. I'm always stressed. I guess it didn't matter who the witness was. This was just another cross-examination. I just needed to do what I've always done. Pull the truth out of him. I just hoped I could get through this without being charged with treason. You know, I feel like Lucio's gonna turn out to be the biggest bro in this game. A major turnaround at the very end or something. I don't know, like, there's all these rumors about him, but nothing that we've actually seen. We've seen him being rough to the other nobles, and just doing his own thing. But with his thoughts here, and like him coming in to testify, he does seem like he has an interest in pursuing justice. I don't know. Or maybe he's using me to uncover more stuff about, like, what happened to the shipment and all that. But still. Feels like he's not the monster he's made out to be. Alright. Striking the house of multiple commoners. Or so it would seem, Grand General. Mr. Cuthbert, please refrain from contradicting the witness without cause. I was just interpreting the meaning behind his words. It's clear he thinks that there's some relation between the thefts. Am I wrong, Grand General? I suppose not. City Watch was called to the scene of crime. With a serial robber on the loose, the City Watch must have been getting a lot of these calls.
Yes, the City Watch recognized a trend. At some point, they arrived in anticipation of what they'd find.
Okay. It was all so carefully orchestrated, each piece perfectly falling in succession.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, Grand General.
You've never stopped to ask yourself why. It was far too convenient. For one thing... Okay, the prosecutor said it was clear someone other than the victims was reporting these.
The victim isn't always the one to report a crime like this. More often than not, it's a passing neighbor that calls it in. A lot of the reports were made by people who spotted a suspicious person leaving the premises.
And did these people make themselves known after the arrest? Did they provide testimony beyond the original report?
No, but...
These reports were made in person, yet each time the City Watch was unable to find the individual who made the report. Is that normal, prosecutor? Oh snap. 13 scene. City Watch found evidence of treason. And that was conveniently discovered each and every time. Yes, very easily, might I add. Was it because the evidence was poorly hidden? Yes. It's not uncommon for the discipline to be so sloppy. Some are even arrogant enough to think they'd never be suspected. But the eye of the crown sees more than you'd think. Oh. Okay there. Individuals are arrested by my men, placed in custody in secret.
Is that why I haven't had access to those reports?
It was a precaution. I didn't want my enemies to see what moves I was making.
Mr. Morrison testified that these individuals had simply moved out of town.
I'm sure it looked like that to him, and it wasn't too far from the truth. But they were moved by my men to an undisclosed location.
But from what Mr. Morrison said, it sounded like he had a chance to say goodbye to them. Not to mention that their families left with them. That didn't sound like what would happen if you were arrested for treason. Yeah, they had a chance to say goodbye, and their families went with them? Is Lucio actually a pretty stand-up guy? I mean, well, it could also be taken in a bad way. Took their entire families, but... Well, but then what about the saying... or a chance to say goodbye? Yeah, no. That sounds more like an act of kindness. This was... strange. The contradicting thought was staring me right in the face. There had to be something more to this. Something I wasn't seeing. Was it really going to be that easy? One of the victims... Clearly not guilty of treason. I mean, the so-called evidence was poorly hidden, if at all.
I don't know, it seems a little weak, but clearly not guilty of treason. I don't know if that one stands out. They're clearly not guilty of treason. I feel like this is the one I should interpret. Yeah, the other ones just don't seem very strong. I mean, here he's relying on the Eye of Horus again. I don't know where else he could go with this, honestly, but yeah, he's absolutely relying on the eye. If he didn't have it, then he'd be screwed. Yeah, I have to wonder if there's some other way to reason out whatever we're gonna find, but I can't think of anything at the moment. Alright, interpret.
Objection!
Mr. Cuthbert, I know you have a flair for the dramatic, but please don't shout such things at the man with a giant axe. Yeah, no, I will not go against the man with the giant battle axe. He's literally thinking that. Lamau. Your Honor, I believe the witness knows more about the arrested individuals than he's letting on. Oh? Mr. Cuthbert. With the way the judge was looking at me, I'd have thought I was putting my head between the jaws of a lion. But it didn't matter who stood in my way. A noble, the Grand General, or the King himself. The Chad Tyrion. My mother may have been gone, but there were still people I cared about in Arcane. I wouldn't let the city I grew up in become the site of another one of his bloody massacres. Lucio Steelwind, I think you know the individuals you arrested aren't what they reported to be. Were reported to be. You know that they weren't guilty of treason. That's correct. Oh. Okay. Well, that was easy. What? What? You know, it's sort of funny when they do that zoom out thing. He just looks massive, but I feel like something's off. Like there's not enough space there for his legs, but he's like a massive midget. I just find that amusing. I don't know, it's only a quick glance, but that's what it looked like. Grand General, are you admitting that you arrested these individuals with the knowledge that the charges were false? I never said that I arrested them for treason. I said that I took them into custody. But for what reason, Grand General? This phantom seems to be targeting certain individuals for some unknown reason. They seem to have targeted both Stefanik Dracogen and the workers' unions as well. Grand General, there's no evidence that... It is the truth, and the evidence must be found. Your Honor, suspend this trial to give the defense and prosecution time to investigate the crime further. Of course, Grand General. As per the Grand General's request, I will be suspending this trial. Court proceedings for this case will resume tomorrow morning. Make it the next day. Court proceedings will resume Wednesday morning. Court is adjourned. Yes, man with giant axe. Whatever you say, man with giant axe. So, out with it. What? You look like you want to say something. If I didn't know any better, I would think that you tried to help us back there. I can't imagine you care all that much about workers' rights or my client. I have my reasons. This thief stole something quite important from an Imperial ship this morning. Right. Your daughter mentioned that it was a threat to national security. It is in my best interests for the item to be found, and this misweaving phantom brought to justice. But most importantly, I want to know who they're working for. Are you trying to insinuate that it isn't you? Dang, Tyrion. Calm down. Man with giant axes speaking. Is that what you think? Honestly, I didn't know what to think at this point. You always seem to arrive at the truth when no one else will. I've read the court transcripts from your past cases, so I already had some suspicions. And they were all but confirmed when you cross-examined me today. You will figure out what happened this morning, and you will use your eye to do so. Oh yeah, he totally knows. I knew it. I mean, when he left his thoughts unguarded, like, surely he doesn't just leave his thoughts unguarded normally. He's way too both mentally and physically strong for that. And he didn't say anything. Well, like, he did that little look over at Tyrion whenever Tyrion said something similar to his thoughts. Losing fruit from delivering steel windows. Can't be good long term. Well, I mean, I don't think he's a bad guy. Although, we never know really what he's gonna do in the future to keep the peace. I don't know. I mean, he seems to value truth, justice, and stability. But the stability part is the problem, because he'll do anything it takes to keep that stability. So, I don't know. Like, I guess he's not really on our side or necessarily the side of justice. Depends what kind of justice it is. But, well, but then there's that stuff with, like I was just saying in the courtroom there, he gave the person time to say goodbye and took the families with the people. So, like, taking the families by itself could be a little sus, but he also gave them time to say goodbye. And so I think he is motivated by kindness and justice to a point. So, because, I mean, otherwise there's no reason to, like, give them time. I can think of no possible reason why it would be beneficial to give them time. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's going to turn out to be a bro. But we'll see. Yeah, now Tyrion's shaken because he doesn't trust Lucio here. He is very antagonistic. So to him, it's like his worst enemy now knows that he has the Eye of Horus. Oh boy. I tensed for a moment. Why did he phrase it like that? Oh, you know. Well, you should know exactly why. His thoughts were so easy to read during his testimony. Was this some kind of test? I'm sure, like, yeah, I'm sure someone like you would have a great use for an eye like mine. I'm so sorry. I did not mean it like... Oh, Tyrion. Wow. To be honest, I did a very good job of introducing Lucio. Yeah, yes. This is some good stuff here. Like, even now, yeah, even now that we're actually interacting with him, he's still a very mysterious figure. And he's still quite a badass. You don't know what he's gonna do next. And like, yeah, it's not like we found any faults in him or anything. He just burst his way in there, took control of the courtroom. The Chad Lucio Steelwind. Alright. I understood what you meant. Well, get to work then. I'll be waiting for your results. You know, it'd be funny if he was actually, I sort of wonder, like, what if that actually made him a little sad? Like, oh, you're making fun of my eye. But he just looks like too much of a Chad for it to show. You're making fun of my eye. I don't take orders from you, Grand General. Oh my goodness, Tyrion, calm down, please. Yet you will still... Yet you will still do what I have asked. It's in your nature. I exhaled heavily. The more this mystery unraveled, the more uncertain I became of everything. I really wish Miss Tymora was here to help me. I could feel a migraine coming on. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, I think I'm just a little exhausted. It's pretty late. Should we just head back to the inn and continue the investigation tomorrow? No. I want to take another look at the refinery before the Inquisition gets there. Huh? Well, is this, like, symptoms of a migraine? Is this what this represents? Because it did this effect when he was angry earlier. Or when he lost control of himself, I guess. Wasn't that, at Lloyd's mansion or whatever? I have to wonder what's going on here. The throbbing pain in my skull seemed to disagree with that course of action. Yeah, no. We're heading back to the inn. I'm fine. Really. Tyrion, I know you're anxious about the trial, but you need to get some rest. I felt a tinge of irritation, but I knew she was just looking out for me. But I couldn't rest now. Not with that serial thief on the loose. Celeste, it's fine. It's not. You're going to work yourself... Would you just stay out of my way? Bruh. Once again, my voice came out louder than I'd meant for it to. Fine. Whatever. Do what you want. It was all because I returned to Arcane. It was just dredging up emotions that needed to stay buried. That was all the more reason to get through this trial as soon as possible. The soreness in my head didn't seem to be going away anytime soon. He was right. I'd be better off investigating the scene after some rest. Oh my goodness, my man, you need to lock in. Stop fumbling. I do not want the ship to sink. Alright. I think this is actually a good place to call it for today. Just finished up the court case. Tyrion gets some rest, and then we'll resume this probably next week. Yeah, good place to call it here. Lucio motherfucking Steelwind. Good shit. Probably finish chapter 3 next time. Alright, nice, nice. I don't know. Unlike the last case, I don't really know who did it or even how they did it. Feels weird. Like going from last case, having a pretty good idea like how things would lock in. But this, it's just, I don't know. Still have no idea what's going on. Like, we have a bunch of evidence, but just no way to really connect it all. Not yet. Intriguing. Anyway. But yeah, once again, I love that Lucio Steelwind entrance. The Chad. Okay, so this week, tomorrow we'll be doing some more Honkai 3rd. Should be finishing up chapter 42, maybe getting to 43, I don't know, we'll see. Getting near the end of part 1.5. Tuesday, Thursday, I think I'm going to be doing Witch Spring R. Looks like it could be a nice chill game, but seems to have a fairly serious story, so we'll see. Could be interesting, hopefully. And then Friday, continue Trails from Zero. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but I did finish chapter 3 of that then. And then I stopped right at the beginning of chapter 4. Did see? Okay. On schedule at least. Yeah, yeah. Okay. But yeah, so I stopped right at the cutscene, or, well, right at the save point, starting chapter 4. Okay, I think that's everything. Yeah, I don't think I had anything else to say. All right. In the meantime, if anybody's interested in social medias, there's links for Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube. They're in the chat. You can always find those links in the About section of my Twitch or underneath the socials banner. For anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, excuse me. If you're ever interested in watching live, there will be a link in the video description to my Twitch. But for now, thank you all for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. Have a great rest of your weekend. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.